I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Don't Start a Business, Why Not Set Up a Large Academy of Science? Old Lee suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had to be cautious to use his extraordinary ability that consumed his lifespan to see. A person's lifespan was insignificant to civilization, but to him, lifespan was everything. He didn't know how long Zhang Ming could live. Anyway, old Zhang was not like him who could reincarnate. But that information was really very precious. It might save all of humanity hundreds of years of exploration. If it were him, he would definitely spend his life in exchange for knowledge. So a young face couldn't help but blush. He seemed to have not been so conflicted for a long time. He sat there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Eat the food first. This meal might let you live a few more years, old Wang quickly made around. Zhang Ming also laughed. I will definitely give it to you. Don't worry, it's only 1 or 2 years of life. I can still afford to lose it. Well, he has a memory library and free labor that can be exploited. It's really not a big deal. Li Xianfang nodded seriously, sighed and said, I have been born into a good family in this life. I can't be so hurried. Live a few more years and see more of this world. Have you ever thought about going to the Sea of Demons? I have thought about it, but it's impossible to be as free and easy as you. Many times, the life we expect only exists in expectation. Once we live that life of wandering, we find it boring. Oh, that's right. With a clinking of glasses, they talked about politics, science, ideals, and everything they could talk about. The most important thing is that they are not afraid of Lao Zhang. They are equivalent to peers. They can say anything directly without any scruples or hiding anything. It's rare to have a confidant in life. Now I have 2 human friends who can live for a long time. It's really good. Unconsciously, Lao Zhang was a little drunk and said some of his true feelings. You asked me what I want to do? I don't have any dreams. I really don't have any dreams. The current small goal is to strengthen the strength of the Earthlings. Only when they are strengthened can they lie flat. The pressure outside the demon sea is actually quite large. The disaster may spread. We must seize this period of time. As for politics, I really don't understand and can't control it. It involves too much energy. Anyway, there are always people working hard to make the world a better place, and that's enough. Scientific research depends on you, Lao Li. Of course, cultivating more young scientists is also a must, so I think that a few of us can set up a brand new organization. I named it the Great Academy of Sciences. I am really rich. Don't worry about money. Zhang Ming naturally considered this matter carefully. There are ways to lie flat and there are ways to struggle. He must promote the progress of human history in order to obtain more space-time tidal energy. Therefore, using the wealth that is rich enough to rival a country to establish a great academy of sciences is the best and safest way. On the one hand, he can reasonably distribute the wealth on his hands instead of giving it to people he doesn't know at all, causing a social disaster. The distribution of wealth is the most perfect when it is controlled in one's own hands. On the other hand, scientific and technological progress is an all-round progress that can be popularized to every civilian. However, the most critical factor in establishing a new organization, especially a research organization, is naturally talent. Without talent, can he do everything himself? Even if his guard secretary really creates 100 clones and overclocks the CPU every day, he can't handle it. The second is an excellent system. Why can some companies grow and become century-old multinational companies, while some can only decline and become the dust of history? The system is very important. When Zhang Ming was young, he was also a worker and a social person. He deeply knew that in fact, the degree of corruption in most private enterprises is greater than that in state-owned enterprises. Don't think that most employees of state-owned enterprises are just messing around. The corruption in private enterprises is really not something that people can see. Most bosses don't have the ability to manage it, because employees who dare to be corrupt are either sneaky or have a technology monopoly. If you dare to manage it, the company will fall. Therefore, most small businesses really don't live long and will soon be eliminated by society. But there are also a small number of companies that can thrive under reasonable management. A reasonable error correction system, especially an anti-corruption system, is really too important. Therefore, now, If an old friend you trust takes the initiative to come to you, it is really no different from sending a pillow when you are sleepy. A large academy of sciences? How many people do you want to recruit? Hundreds of people, or thousands? The current exotic objects are very expensive and costly. Hundreds of people are a joke. Of course it's 100,000 people, including research talents from all walks of life. Zhang Ming waved his hand. Li Xianfeng's eyelids twitched at what he said. After eating so many high-energy foods, he already showed signs of being drunk with a full soul. But because he was too excited, he still forced himself to be sober. As a practical man who founded Yuanggui Group, he would not be fooled so easily. He subconsciously began to calculate how much money this would cost. 100,000 people? What are you thinking? It's easy to say from the government. As long as you don't do anything against the government, there shouldn't be any big problems. But what about your money and resources? If you don't have money, do you rely on dreams or on your mouth? Even if you are Lao Zhang, a face thief, cough cough, everyone still has to live. Zhang Ming laughed, and made the gourd monster, which had been emitting white mist, spit out his ship. The ship was loaded with cargo, and there was a big shell inside. The big shell was stuffed with a whole room, with all kinds of miscellaneous things. Like ore, bones, scales, hair, and various metal ingots left after the Honggang people refined them. Just looking at these made Li Xianfeng's scalp numb. He picked up a piece of irregular ore at a loss, feeling that he was dreaming. How could this ore be so big? There are also these metal ingots, called mirror steel, the kind that has been smelted, about 500 kilograms, and its function is to make a fully reflective mirror. When photons hit the mirror steel, they will be completely reflected. Li Xianfeng remembered that in his previous life, he had worked hard all his life and only used 1.2 kilograms of mirror steel. After all, this thing is considered a strategic material and must be allocated by the government. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. But now, one piece is 500 kilograms. And there seem to be more than a dozen. There is also this thing called blacklight, which has the opposite properties of mirror steel. It can completely absorb light and is the blackest substance in the world, so that the surrounding light seems to be absorbed by it. Because of this property, it is an excellent heat-absorbing material. As long as a small amount of black light is mixed into key parts such as aircraft engines, the heat dissipation will be greatly improved. This is Dahan Pandora crystal. Dahan Pandora crystal, to put it bluntly, is a room temperature superconductor, made of idealistic elements. A scientist once made a bold statement: give me enough Pandora crystals, I can immediately invent controlled nuclear fusion. Another scientist followed suit and boasted, give me enough Pandora crystals, I can immediately invent quantum computers. Of course, quantum computers are no longer possible in this era. An idealistic phenomena will bring about interference effects. Although this has become a joke, it also proves the scientific community's desire for Pandora crystals. Is this Orca Hicks? Li Xianfeng kept saying fuck in his heart, feeling like he was dreaming. Old Li, you should go to bed. Go to bed? Wang Fuman looked at Li Xianfeng fearfully, his body swelled up like a balloon. He was worried that old Li's third life would be killed by old Zhang's meal. It's anti-gravity stuff. Good stuff. How many do you have? This fact was so weird that Li Xianfeng felt like a robot. His mind was blank. He seemed to have returned to kindergarten, when he was curious about everything, and wanted to stick out his tongue and suck a few mouthfuls of these minerals. Old Wang didn't really know much about materials, but all kinds of colorful strange things made his lips dry and his face pale. Especially some of them were wonders from heaven, emitting powerful supernatural fluctuations at a glance. On the barren earth, these things are really rare. It was only during the activities of the demon sea that a few pieces were found occasionally. Old Wang thought to himself, how many weapons can be made with this? It's best to invest in experiments and production. As for weapons and equipment, it's better to use them carefully. Is that enough? Li Xianfeng took a deep breath. Enough, enough. This large academy of sciences is too rich. I can already foresee the scene of those experts and scholars jumping jobs. Too much money is not good. It might be extravagant and wasteful. Why not set up 2 or 3 large academies of science to compete with each other? He joked to himself. Is there no need to work hard? Is this the wealth of the extraordinary? No need to start a business. Is that enough? Zhang Ming scratched his head. Is that enough? Li Xianfeng fell down with a thump. He didn't die, just fell asleep. Zhang Ming was stunned, and sighed in his heart, why humans are so poor. Since it's enough, forget it. If it's not enough in the future, we can slowly take it from the moon. The moon involves the devil, which is a bit private. It's not convenient for old friends to visit. Old friends should have privacy. However, it seems to make sense to set up multiple large academies of science. He moved Li Xianfeng to the bedroom and checked for a while. Suddenly, he found that Li Xianfeng opened his eyes again and woke up forcibly. I'm not drunk yet, and I haven't drunk any alcohol. Help me up. Zhang Ming was really frightened, and suddenly felt that he was not the only mentally ill person in the world. Chapter 377 The Dream of a Holy Land on Earth. Li Xianfeng's soul power seemed to be much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, even if he was very excited, he should have fainted. Zhang Ming could only think that it was the special effect of the ability of reincarnation. There was nothing he could do. This guy was fanatical and kept yelling. He could only carry Li Xianfeng, who had some mental problems, back to the restaurant. Great scientist, take it easy and don't die here with me. Damn, if I die I'll have to wait another 20 or 30 years, I can't afford that. Li Xianfeng lay back on a chair, squinted his eyes, and spoke excitedly. Then how about another great knowledge academy? Your resources are indeed enough to set up 2 super research institutes. That makes sense. Whether it's a school or the military, they all have to compete. Wang Fumin glanced at him and shook his head. If there's only one team, it will soon become loose, but there are still not enough people. How much can I do alone? Old Wang, do you want to join the Great Knowledge Academy? Forget it. On the one hand, I don't know those academic things. Old Wang shook his head. On the other hand, you know, Li Yi is a good person. He needs some help from others. There are still many things in society that need to be solved. That's right. The original intention of establishing a great academy of sciences is to promote the progress of all mankind. We can't lose sight of one while focusing on the other. Old Zhang, just be honest with me. If you take these things for research, do you have any left? In case you want to make something strange in the future, you have to keep some for yourself. Besides, if you spend money like a spendthrift for a long time, you will squander it all, even if you have mountains of gold and silver. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment. Don't worry, I still have 10 times the amount. You can use it with confidence. I still have more. In order to prevent Li Xianfeng from being scared to death, he deliberately said 2 orders of magnitude less. Unexpectedly, the next second, Li Xianfeng foamed at the mouth, his eyes were red, and he screamed and fainted on the chair. Before Zhang Ming could run over to see, he struggled to wake up again. What? You are the living god of wealth, not the boy who gives away money? Forget it, I can't be greedy, just pretend I didn't hear it. Then what are your general ideas? We have to do things according to the ideas of you as the financial sponsor, Zhang Ming said. It's just a pure research institute, less tainted with fame and fortune, more ideals and beliefs. Less gravity of reality, more sparks of dreams. I hope to find those who are willing to fight for science for their whole lives, so that they can give full play to their strengths and abilities, without having to worry about realistic factors. No need to engage in interpersonal relationships, let alone toast at the table. That's all I ask. Li Xianfeng glanced at him. Old Zhang, to be honest, it's a bit like an ideal country. Without the help of some superpowers, it's probably not easy to achieve with human power alone, but if it really comes true, it will not only be a scientific research site, but a holy place on Earth. Wang Fumin and Li Xianfeng were still obsessed with the incomparable wealth and the grand topic. Although they are old monsters with a psychological age of nearly 200 years and have experienced all kinds of life, they can't help but indulge in the dragon-level treasure. They can't stop discussing it. Although their attitude towards wealth is dispensable, after all, when the ability reaches a certain level, wealth can only be said to be a little extra. But when the wealth reaches a certain level, some qualitative changes really occur. Listening to their discussion, Zhang Ming began to talk to himself and whispered, then in the 2 colleges, there will be a big bucket restaurant. I really don't forget my original intention. Air and space aircraft carrier Miss Hulu spun in the air and couldn't help muttering, still in that big bucket restaurant. You uncle is really funny. Others are struggling, and you are just being a chef. What should I do? I can't have a personal hobby. Right, well, you can have a personal hobby. I calculated the result. Your good friend, Li Xianfeng, does he have some abnormalities in his soul? According to the data you gave, I found traces of trace space-time tidal energy. This means that his innate ability can naturally utilize a very small amount of space-time tidal energy. This situation is not uncommon in the Sea of Demons. In many civilizations, there are legends such as cause and effect, retribution, and fate. In essence, the so-called cause and effect is the disturbance of space-time tidal energy and the innate ability. If I guess correctly, his achievements in this life and his comprehensive influence on mankind will give him some subtle help in his next life. Of course, his utilization rate of space-time tidal energy is natural, and it is impossible to be as high as that of the demons, and there is no way to directly convert it into source like you. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Li Xianfeng founded Yuanggui Group in his previous life and worked out unique technology. He still made a lot of achievements and had a good influence, so this life has better qualifications and an extra super thinking. He couldn't help but cover his forehead, but this ability is too late, and it requires too much opportunity, right? Li Xianfeng was told this fact, but he seemed a little indifferent. The influence of this life on humans is related to the next life? That's not important. At least for Li Xianfeng, it's not important at all, because his goal will not change because of this fact. He is enthusiastically discussing business. Don't disturb me. Great Academy of Sciences and Great Knowledge Academy. This is a super event that can change all mankind, shake the distribution of interests in human society, and even change human culture. It must be planned in detail and designed carefully, and it can't be established simply by snapping your head. What's more, for such a big thing, there are still far from enough trustworthy talents. Even if Zhang Ming's friends are counted, it's still not enough. In fact, Mr. Li is quite good. He has the ability to monitor the mind and is a very ambitious person, but as the chairman of the parliament, he is very busy. He may not have time to participate in this activity. But I still know some young people with ideals. At the very least, Liu can help you pick them out through his ability. Go visit him when you have time. Anyway, we have to discuss the establishment of these two organizations with him, Zhang Ming said, but when you look at a person, you can't just rely on ability. Otherwise there will be no good people in this world. Alice, that's true, Lao Wang nodded in agreement. I would also like to recommend a few, Professor Simonson, Li Zha, Jing Xiaojian, Jin Quanhuan, etc. Li Xianfeng listed a series of names. My former employees, my capable men, are all devoted to scientific research. They are now between 60 and 80 years old, which is not considered old in this era, and they can still make use of their remaining energy. Alice, I don't know how they are doing after the collapse of Yuanggui Group. I have heard of Professor Simonson. He pointed out that an important paper was academic fraud and could not be reproduced, and was rejected by the academic community as a result. Old Wang said, competent people always have a bad temper, or they are too lazy to care about interpersonal relationships. As for the problem of academic cliques, it exists in every era. Li Xianfeng shook his head. But it doesn't matter. Old Zhang is the sponsor. He can exclude the academic cliques with just one sentence. Let's see if they will be so anxious that their heads will smoke. Everyone laughed. At this moment, Zhang Ming's phone rang. It was his great-granddaughter of the nephew's great-grandson Zhang Yuiyu who called. After the call was connected, a pleasant female voice came. My great-grandfather's uncle, the Polaris team has arrived and is staying at the stadium. Mr. Zhang Yanlong and his team have also arrived. When can you meet them? Zhang Ming felt a bit amused when he heard the title of my great-grandfather's uncle. But it was the fact, and he had to accept it. In addition, there are more than 2,000 people, a large group of people in the stadium. What are you going to do? I'm just passing on a message. Please don't be mean to me, he muttered in his heart. The government's speed of recruiting is really fast, so quickly recruited all the younger generations he liked. Okay, I'll go and take a look now, then I'll wait for you at the gate of the community. Zhang Ming waved his hand. You two can chat slowly. I have something to do. Just stay here and treat yourself. You're welcome. Looking at Zhang Ming's hurried steps leaving the yard, Li Xianfeng couldn't help but joked. This guy just ran away like this. Isn't he afraid that we will abscond with the money? This money is many times more than what I earned in my previous life. He is really rich enough to rival a country. Give me the Pandora's crystal. I want to steal this stone and keep it as a treasure. His body couldn't move, and he was still thinking about some damn crystal. Lao Wen couldn't help but laugh, and ate a piece of meat by himself. It shows that he really doesn't care. It's just material possessions. Maybe it's just a few melons and dates to him. Alice, you don't care, I don't care, but there are people who care. Li Xianfeng lay on the chair, resisting the sleepiness. and said with a ruddy face, "This is how the world works. Most people just want to make a living. Dreams and ideals are just very distant things. Under the gravity of reality, they can't survive without caring about a few melons and dates, but there are always people who want to set sail. It would be great if we can provide this condition. Let's move the things back to his room first, and then slowly discuss us. We need to find a wider road to find that road." Lao Wang started to move the stones. "I'll move them. You go to sleep quickly. Don't talk nonsense." "Okay, you move as easy as easy." Li Xianfeng fell asleep, and his dream was full of messy crystals and the dream of a holy land on earth. This dream is even bigger than he had thought in the past. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Fire of the Soul. Led by his granddaughter, Zhang Ming went to the nearby stadium. Perhaps because of meeting old friends and considering the direction, Zhang Ming was in a good mood. He looked at the girl who looked like his sister, with her black ponytail swinging in the wind, and couldn't help but joked, "Have you been recruited? How much does the government pay you per month?" Zhang Yuyu couldn't help but blush. While leading the way, she said indignantly, "I wanted to ask for a high price, but my brother didn't want a penny." He said this was a shameless corruption. He wanted to be paid for such a trivial matter. He is not without hands and feet, but he must let his ancestors ascend to heaven with his family. "Do you think he has a serious brain disease?" Zhang Ming laughed and felt that young people were inexplicably cute. "Then I'll give you a small gift. Do you want it?" Zhang Yuyu swallowed her saliva and said suspiciously, "Of course I want a gift, but I don't want anything too expensive." So as to avoid being scolded, old Zhang shook his head and said, "It's been so many days, and I haven't given you a gift yet. I don't know what I should give. How about this? I can give you whatever you want. Don't be polite, just tell me what you want, and don't bother your brother. If you ask for a gift secretly, who will know? I want that babble bin ice cream. It costs more than 80 yuan per piece. It's a bit expensive, and I've never eaten it." The girl pointed to a billboard with a line of big words on it, "Bin Boba, Babble Bin, ice cream is refreshing." Zhang Ming immediately felt that this girl was cunning, and she was indeed a cunning species who inherited her sister's genes. So he went to the supermarket and bought 2 pieces of Bin Boba ice cream, one for each of them, and started eating. This ice cream is mixed with some supernatural rice ingredients, and the cost is indeed slightly higher than the ordinary ones. The cool feeling is refreshing and tastes good. Soon, the big stadium arrived. The Abnormal Investigation Bureau has already booked this place. Buses are parked in the parking lot, and there are some yellow cordons to prevent civilians from entering by mistake. Comrade Zhuang Yanlong from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau was guarding the door. When he saw Zhang Ming, he was excited. "Mr. Zhang, you are finally here. Why don't you go in and say a few words first?" Zhang Ming was not interested in giving a long speech like the leader before leaving, so he immediately declined the idea. "Whatever you have to do, make it quick and get it done quickly. Get it done early and rest early." Zhang Yanlong seemed to have anticipated his reaction and said with a smile, "In addition to the Polaris team, there are several other teams, all of which are elite teams of humans under the age of 60. How about you take a look at these young comrades and see if there's anything that can be improved? The rest are the ones I mentioned the other day, such as the team studying breathing techniques, the team studying dream techniques, etc. They are all waiting to see the 2 beasts you mentioned." Zhang Ming saw the 5 people from the Polaris team, and also saw the Bishan who made a good impression, standing there respectfully, as if he was standing guard. Some people in the gymnasium were looking over here, but the venue was very quiet, and there was not even anyone whispering. He was secretly shocked. The atmosphere was too depressing. Making me, Zhang Ming, feel like I would eat people. Do you really have to be like this? He cleared his throat. Then let's take a plane and head to the Western Forest. Most of the partners I brought from the Demon Sea are there. We have to talk to them. Especially the turtle egg hatching team. Are you ready? Otherwise, if the stone gets angry, it will be very scary. Several researchers behind Zhuang Yanlong swallowed their saliva. They naturally knew the great reputation of Mr. Shimama and immediately said, "The fertilization tools are ready, and the instruments are brought. We will definitely guarantee high-quality service. However, aren't 100 million fertilized turtle eggs a bit too much?" Where can we find so many female turtles that can bear the blood of the black tortoise? You can bargain with it yourself. I'm too lazy to interfere." Zhang Ming waved his hand. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Let's go." One bus after another, carrying people, headed for the airport. In fact, it didn't take much time for Zhang Ming to teleport these people through the teleportation ability of the Eye of Time and Space. But on the one hand, using supernatural powers consumes lifespan. It is not cost-effective to consume several years of lifespan for something that can be done in one night with technology. On the other hand, these guys really brought a lot of instruments. These instruments are quite precious, so Zhang Ming was too lazy to touch them. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they were broken? After the mighty army arrived at the airport, they boarded a series of special planes and flew booming to the west. Zhang Ming naturally sat in the first-class cabin. Comrade Zhang Yanlong from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau was responsible for receiving him. There were also 5 people from the Polaris team next to him. They all looked serious and curious at the famous extraordinary. Fortunately, Zhang Yanlong was quite talkative. This old guy who had been in the arena for a long time was very good at controlling the atmosphere. He just briefly introduced the team of young people and was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, he discussed the sayings about Yin God and Yang God and the 3 souls and 7 spirits, as well as the fire of the soul he created. Zhang Ming was quite interested in this. After all, his current strength is at a special bottleneck stage, and it is difficult to rely on his own wisdom to explore forward. As for the soul, it is a very difficult thing to study. Most of the scientific instruments of mankind cannot observe the existence of the soul. Only a few biological instruments purchased from the snake people can barely see it. But the soul is closely related to mental ability, and even to those who have achieved extraordinary success. Its research value is self-evident. Ordinary people can sometimes have their souls leave their bodies, but souls that have not been cultivated can only be in the Yin God stage. When they are blown by the yin wind and exposed to the sun, they will lose their memories directly and become vegetative. At the least, they will be unconscious and in a coma for several days. So it is not a good thing to leave the yin god, Zhang Yanlong said, but as the cultivation continues, the body will continue to nourish the soul, and when it grows to a certain extent, there will be an opportunity to achieve the yang god. Zhang Ming nodded. He also had corresponding explorations. At the beginning, after swallowing the soul powder of the soul breaker, there were signs of the soul leaving his body. After obtaining the ability of soul breaker, he can leave his body at will. Unexpectedly, the people on Earth have also gone through a similar path of exploration. Zhang Yanlong is a man born with a strong soul, and he talked about his own exploration experience when he was young. There are few idle people in the countryside in April. People gather silkworms and plant crops. I was a teenager, doing farm work during the summer vacation in this vast world. In front of the wooden house, facing the blazing blue sky and the faint singing of birds, I just sat quietly, watching the golden sunlight flow over the mountains and my cloth clothes. Sometimes a breeze flew by, and the layers of green forests were shaken and rustled. There was an indescribable joy in my heart. Suddenly I wanted to fly through the white clouds, catch up with the breeze, and I had a kind of mysterious enlightenment. Since then, I often take off freely in my dreams. One night, I saw a translucent self sitting up in a half-awake state, preparing to fly out of the window. My feet were still connected to my body and could not be separated. I lay back and continued to sleep. Another night, my hands stretched out of my body and swam to the edge of the bed. My whole body penetrated the bed, and I could only feel that I was a ball of air. Later I learned that this was just the emergence of the yin spirit, which is not uncommon, nor a good thing, and it may even shorten my life. I checked the ancient books later. Yin spirits cannot touch physical objects in the yang world, but yang spirits can bring back physical objects. However, the yang spirits in the ancient books are nowhere to be found, as if they were just a fabrication. Those who can interfere with matter are yang spirits. Zhang Ming frowned. That's roughly it. How do you transform and evolve from yin spirits to yang spirits? Zhang Yanlong told this story. He spent more than 100 years searching for the way, and finally found a way to use the true fire of the sun to ignite distracting thoughts and achieve the way of fire of the soul. The so-called true fire of the sun is naturally the sun. The fire of the soul has infinite uses, but it is too difficult to ignite it. I also experienced a life and death struggle before I was lucky enough to ignite it. It will be much easier for the younger generation to ignite it, because I can use my own heart fire to ignite theirs, and they will no longer have to endure the pain of the true fire of the sun. Zhang Yanlong released a small flame from his fingertips, and then the flame changed slightly, turning into blue lightning, and then it turned into a trace of cold air. Suddenly, the water vapor in the air condensed on the fingertips and formed a piece of ice. Jealousy is like fire, coldness is like frost, anger is like lightning, and there are many more uses. After listening to his story, Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. People who can stand in this position are indeed amazing people in the entire human civilization. His lightning ability is actually burning anger. The more angry he is, the more powerful the purple lightning is. However, he did not explore it in detail, but simply thought that it was a heavenly ability. In fact, each ability has a deeper underlying mechanism. If you study it thoroughly, you may be able to draw inferences from one instance and surpass the original heaven-level ability. Perhaps, by comprehensively learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses, we can go one step further. This thought came to Zhang Ming's mind. Although the power of supernatural powers is not comparable to ordinary abilities do not require a price. Mr. Zhang, take a look. Has my soul reached the level of Yang God? He took out a small soul clone that had been nurtured for a long time, with a trace of purple lightning wrapped around it. Chapter 379, Shima has been waiting for a long time. Apart from a few instruments, only the soul can see the soul. Therefore, among all the people present, only Zhang Yanlong saw this small soul clone through a slight soul out-of-body experience. However, the lightning wrapped around the clone can be seen by everyone. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "You are too polite. A soul that can move under the cabin lights is obviously a Yang God. And that purple lightning may be the ultimate of a certain path. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the ultimate of burning anger. Alice, if you had come back earlier, I wouldn't have to rely on the true fire of the sun to accept the pain of lighting the sky lantern. If I do it again, I may not succeed." Zhang Ming actually admires people who can force their way out from the bottom of his heart. Not entirely, Mr. Zhang. If you don't try, no one in the world will know that this path exists. As for what you said, my lightning represents the ultimate of a certain path, which is also inaccurate. It is just the ultimate of innate talent. There must be abilities in the world that are stronger than innate talent, but we don't know how to tap them. Above Yang God, are there any more sayings? Of course there are, Zhang Yanlong said. According to Taoist classics, things are divided into 5 elements, gods are divided into 5 kinds, and Dan is born among them. There is no sect of immortals and Buddhas, Yin God, Yang God, Yuan God, Jade God, and Holy God, but how to cultivate the Yuanshan above Yangshan is really unknown to anyone. I suspect it is just a made-up term. Or maybe it is another world domain. The information is mapped here, and we can no longer do it here. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "I think these realms exist, because the 2 partners I brought you to meet are the type with extremely strong soul power, at least much stronger than me, at least they have cultivated to the Yuanshan level. Shimama and Baize were much stronger than him when they were alive, that's for sure. This makes me a little impatient. Having a teacher can save a lot of tortuous roads to explore." They chatted for a while and took a short rest. With the arrival of dawn, the vast fleet of planes finally arrived at their destination. The plane's flying altitude quickly decreased, and the appearance of the ground was in full view, from railways, to roads, rivers and lakes, to large tracts of forests. Looking down from the air, it must be full of green. The forest coverage rate here is over 90%. There are more than 1,300 kinds of animals and plants from the Sea of Demons. The scenery is beautiful. In the future, the number of species will continue to increase. The development of the Western continent has developed several small and medium-sized port cities, and ships are loading and unloading goods. However, the development of the region has the first-mover advantage and the Matthew effect. The Eastern continent is thriving, with more than 20 cities with a population of tens of millions and a complete industrial chain. In the east, there is also Yunhei City, a place of luxury and extravagance, where the rich spend money overnight. There are only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats in the cities of the Western continent, and there are not even big cities with a population of tens of millions. Whether it is the number of strong people, education, politics, or technology, they are all dominated by the Eastern continent. In this case, the population and capital of the West will naturally flow to the Eastern continent. What's more, this land of nearly 10 million square kilometers has been slaughtered by the world hunters. The local people are actually quite superstitious. If they have a little money in their hands, they will naturally find a way to move to the east, and it will never be possible to move back. This fact gave the human united government a headache. The Western continent naturally had to develop. Even if it didn't develop well, it couldn't be without a few people, right? People were needed to defend here. If even the logistics support couldn't keep up, vegetables and food would have to be transported from afar, and the cost of military operation and maintenance would increase significantly. The united government simply couldn't afford this long-term tug of war. Boom, dear passengers, the plane is about to arrive at the destination. To ensure your safety, the plane passed through large tracts of lush forests and landed in a military base. There is also a small town with a population of about 100,000 next door. It lives on the mountains and the water. The local residents basically make a living by cutting down trees and fruit planting. It's not a big problem to cut down some trees in a planned way. Zhang Ming got off the plane, took a few deep breaths of cool air, and looked at the military base again. The defense line of the Western continent is indeed much weaker than that of the East. Whether it is the comprehensive quality of the soldiers or the thickness of the city walls, they are not as good as the marginal town in the East. Zhang Yanlong sighed. Economic laws obviously won't change at the will of the upper echelons. If the world hunters appear again, the probability of a crisis in the West is still much greater than in the East. Civilians also know this truth, so they flee. But the more they move to the East, the weaker the West becomes, so it becomes a vicious cycle. Zhang Ming frowned, thinking in his heart, is it a good idea to station the Great Academy of Sciences and Great Knowledge Academy in the West? The team of more than 2,000 people, after carrying their own bags, boarded several boats and headed for the Caspian Sea along the well-connected waterways. There were no twists and turns in the middle. As time passed, after finding that Zhang Ming was quite approachable, the others finally became bold and barely dared to come up and say a few words. Mr. Zhang, why did the divination show the result of a woman at the beginning? The fortune teller Xia asked nervously. Because you divined this lady, Zhang Ming pointed at Miss Air and Space Carrier. Air and Space Carrier is still in a confused state of CPU explosion, just floating, not saying a word. Then do you think we still have room for improvement? I'll find you a suitable opponent, the pelican named Huahu. You can call it captain and let the pelican train you. The more you are abused, the better you will be. The big sister pelican is still very strong. She can fly at high speed, attack with sonic waves, and shoot feathers from a long distance. Her brute force is also 2,000, and she has multiple abilities such as crisis premonition and super perception. With these skills combined, Zhang Ming thinks they will be beaten up. However, the Polaris team was greatly encouraged and wanted to prove themselves. They had no idea that they were about to usher in the most terrible day of their lives. It was not until late at night the next day that everyone finally arrived at their destination. Near the huge lake, in the quiet mountains, the occasional calls of birds and beasts could be heard. After decades of growth, the trees here blocked the full moon in the sky. However, everyone was in a very excited mood, and they did not feel tired at all. Those who could participate in this team building, even if they were scientific researchers, were A-level masters. There are even some sensitive people who have noticed the difference here, but they can't tell what it is. Ancient Rhyme seems to have a kind of ancient charm. A professor who specializes in plant research touched the big tree growing by the lake. It looks like a camphor tree, with a tall and straight tree shape and winding lines like dragons and snakes on the trunk. In his impression, only the ancient trees in the forests of thousands of years can have such lines. But for some reason, it appeared in this young forest. Zhang Ming naturally guessed that this might be the work of Old Man Bai Zhen. Seeing that the destination was reached, he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, please be quiet for a while. I called you here to let everyone meet some of my friends. They are not human, but they have profound knowledge and rich experience. If they are willing to help humans, there is no doubt that they will bring great help to humans. My power is limited, and my friends are no worse than me. Okay, it turns out that you, Zhang Mama, can also praise. The sun really rises from the west. Praise a few more words and I will help you." The spirit language of the slave came from somewhere. Of course, this sound was so condensed that only he could hear it. Zhang Ming's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he cursed in his heart, at the critical moment, "Give me some face. If you don't give me face, I won't give you face either." He made a mouth shape. "Yanjia Oklan, that's in the past, don't talk about this." Emperor Zhang, Lord Shimima, naturally has been looking forward to it for a long time. It stayed in this uninhabited ghost place, and regretted it the next day. Life every day is too boring. Every day with turtles, the most important thing is that these turtles are too stupid and too time-consuming. But Zhang Mama, that guy whale rescue team, had already drifted away with the driftwood, and it didn't know where to find it, so it could only give up for the time being. It wasn't until Zhang Ming called it that the stone was ecstatic, and the lion opened its mouth and put forward a big condition. After hanging up the phone, this guy started to worry about gains and losses again, nagging all day long. It's over, my request is too high. What if they don't agree? What if Zhang Ming doesn't let me show off? What if I can't make a perfect debut? How can I make a perfect debut and shock all mankind? Facing the crazy and trembling ancestor, Xiaobei was speechless, as if humans didn't know that you were a crazy stone. You have already made an appearance? Okay. It was not until Xiaobei designed an appearance action for it that the stone stopped its crazy actions and practiced it ecstatically for countless times. So under the moonlight, on the top of the mountain, on the edge of the cliff, the black stone became the center of the full moon. Like a small black dot in the scene of the dog eating the moon. Then, Shimama made an old and long voice, as if the whole world resonated with it. Humans, what are you doing here? It was very satisfied with its own line. Chapter 380. It is a corrupt and degenerate bad turtle. On the contrary, Lao Zhang, who knew its true nature, was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. However, Lao Zhang was thick-skinned enough to pretend that nothing had happened. He immediately explained to the humans, that is my old friend, Mr. Shimama, who inherited part of the memory of the mythical beast Xuanwu and has all the knowledge of Xuanwu's breathing technique. So you can just treat it as Xuanwu. Shimama was very satisfied. If you want to improve the breathing technique, you must rely on it and its grandson, Xiaobei. Everyone, it is the legendary Lord Shimama. Zhang Yanlong nodded solemnly. We, the learners of human breathing techniques, should indeed call it Teacher Shi. Teacher Shi. Shimama was almost dying of pleasure, but it didn't say a word. Zhang Yanlong also instructed the leader of the scientific research team to speak politely and not to annoy this stone with a weird personality. The professors also wiped their sweat. They had long been warned that this stone was a mental patient. But when asking for help, it must be respectful and there is no rebuttal. In addition, Lord Shimama also has the extraordinary ability of spiritual language. Zhang Ming said seriously, spiritual language can not only be used for translation, but also for imparting knowledge and even weaving an immersive illusion. For example, a battle scene with a certain monster. Do you know what this means? Through spiritual language, practical experience can be improved. This is a kind of extraordinary ability that requires almost no cost. Everyone's heart moved, and they nodded solemnly. Zhang Ming's extraordinary ability requires a price, so he naturally cannot experiment infinitely. What if the only extraordinary person ages prematurely? Who can bear the responsibility? But Shimama's spiritual language can be used infinitely. It uses spiritual language every day, and there is no cost at all. This means that this is the best opportunity for humans to study strong idealistic rules. What's more, imparting culture and weaving illusions have too many uses. Several professors were excited about the discussion and soon realized the awesomeness of the stone. They wanted to immediately invite the black spot on the moon down and ask for knowledge. Haha, I agree. Shimama was so excited to see humans being so respectful that his whole body was shaking. He felt like he was flying in the clouds. He held back the word agree. This is exactly the feeling. It's worth it that he wants to restore the glory of Xuanwu day and night. It's worth it that he went through so much hardship to come to the human world. Turtle grandson, do you know that carrying civilization on the back of the turtle is not just for the enjoyment of this feeling? Xiaobei squinted his eyes and glanced at the crazy stone, and felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood now that his ancestors had actually been corrupted by power a long time ago. What dream? Bah, it's just the desire for power. It's normal for this ancestor to have no power. Once he has power, he must be a corrupt and degenerate bad turtle. Xiaobei hummed and shook his butt with some disdain. Suddenly, he saw several beautiful girls staring at him with shining eyes. They seemed to be discussing how cute this little turtle was. It would be great if they could put it on their legs and touch it, feed it dried fish. And even better if they could sleep with it at night. Xiaobei was immediately overjoyed by the praise and wanted to get closer to listen to how they praised it. Look, that turtle is looking at us, it's really cute. If the praise is nice, this turtle will let you touch the shell. It's not impossible. Do you have a beige sweater? This turtle also wants to bury it in and experience the feeling that Emperor Zhang has been thinking about. Just like this fantasy, the bad turtle Xiaobei, who quickly degenerates and corrupts, slowly retracted his head. If he doesn't retract it, he will not be able to hold back his expression and start dancing. "Hey, you can come down now, don't keep looking down on us," Zhang Ming shouted a little impolitely. "This guy is not finished yet." Cut. Seeing the atmosphere gradually mature, Shinma suddenly uttered a spiritual language, and then the ground shook. There was the sound of huge footsteps coming from the forest. I saw a giant elephant about 5 meters tall, carrying a giant turtle with a back diameter of about 2 meters, slowly walking up the cliff. This may be the largest elephant and the largest turtle that Shinma has found on Earth. Then, the elephant carried the giant turtle. The giant turtle carried Shinma and Xiaobei, and walked slowly towards the crowd step by step. Boom, boom, every time the elephant took a step, Shinma recited a spiritual language. With a bright moonlight, this scene was actually very realistic, and people had a magical illusion in their minds. There was a black tortoise standing in front of them. The raised head was the backbone of the sky, the ferocious scales were the harbor of the ocean, and the broad back set off the weight of civilization. The decayed pillars and beams, the vicissitudes of life, and the long years seemed to have been weathered. Only the bright eyes flashed with star-like light. Zhang Ming couldn't help but blush. He had to admit that the CG setting of this scene was very awesome. Shimama, in order to show off, obviously used all his strength. Even an old monster like him who had seen ups and downs was attracted by the scene, and his spirit was affected to a certain extent. Others restrained their various thoughts. Zhang Yunlong and others broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads, unable to resist this amazing momentum. Even the countrymen on the earth have never seen such a terrifying scene. He seemed to be facing the crushing of a world. All of a sudden, the fire of the soul was pushed to the limit. Some girls were trembling in the face of the Zuanwu momentum, their faces turned blue, and some were unstable. They didn't care that the soil under their feet was wet. They sat down, hugged their heads, closed their eyes, and acted like ostriches. This is the instinctive reaction of the weak. Some staff members hiding on a boat, their minds in confusion, recalled the story in Indian mythology. The world is a disc carried by several elephants, and the elephants stand on the back of a huge turtle. Boom! Zuanwu took another big step forward, and milky white waves splash everywhere, as if this step could crush the earth's crust. Countless birds screamed in fear and flew up from the forest. Under the moonlight, they were all black. "You're going to stop when you're ahead, right?" Zhang Ming complained crazily. Shimama was actually a little dissatisfied. The reason was that the elephant and the turtle were a little small. After all, they were Zhang Ming's compatriots. In addition, it was almost exhausted, so the repetition gradually became smaller. The Zuanwu that stood tall and upright disappeared from everyone's mind. But the awe caused by it did not disappear, and no one dared to say the first word. Looking at the stunned scene, Zhang Ming felt a little surprised. It seems a bit awesome. Should I also debut in a similar way? No, this is too bad taste. He really doesn't have the face to do such a bad taste. However, it seems to be a good thing. After all, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs. After this, no one should have any crooked ideas. This magical scene lasted for about 2 minutes. Shima's aura dissipated, and he said slowly in his old voice, "Humans, can you do what I ask of you? You can't fool people about this." An old professor, who seemed to be the leader of a team, climbed up from the boat and said tremblingly, "Sir Shimama, your request is too exaggerated. If there were more sperm, 100 million turtle eggs could be achieved, but now, there are only so few sperm, which means one sperm has to fertilize one egg. This is too difficult, we really can't do it, huh?" Shimama wanted to be furious, but in order to maintain his style, he still said coldly and seriously, "If you can't do it, what's the point of negotiating? My grandson's essence is precious, how can it be leaked at will? The Zuanwu breathing technique is so noble, how can it be taught casually?" Of course, it was very happy in its heart. This slave was just experiencing the majestic sense of power. What's more, even if he doesn't understand science, his grandchildren still understand it very well. Xiaobei showed a helpless look on his face and could only explain a few words. It takes hundreds of millions of sperm to hide an egg. Otherwise, even if it hatches, most of them will be sick and disabled, so this bitch Shitao made a compromise and said in a serious old voice, "Even if 100 million is not enough, 10 million turtle eggs are also needed. Seeing that both sides began to bargain, Zhang Ming sighed and said helplessly, "Then you guys discuss it slowly. We will go to another place first. Xiao Bei, take care of your ancestors. Don't be too much. Xiao Bei, I can't take care of it either." Zhang Ming left some of the expert team here, and then took another part of the people to see Mr. Baizen. In fact, the weight of old man Baizen in the Great Academy of Sciences is much higher than that of Shimama. As a good man who has fleeced countless mythical beasts, he has followed a supermaster like Liu Mang for countless years. The knowledge he has learned is not comparable to the Zhuan Wu with a weird personality and no friends. Moreover, Baizen's desire to learn is much stronger than that of a stinky stone. Although both old guys can't keep up with the times, there is a world of difference between one willing to learn and the other lying flat and letting things rot. What's more, it has an innate ability to distinguish right from wrong. The ancients said, when the Yellow Emperor was touring the East China Sea, Baizen came out, able to speak, and knew the essence of all things, to warn the people and eliminate disasters. The virtuous kings will come out to the remote places, therefore, this guy's an excellent candidate to become the dean. Although Li Xianfang has outstanding abilities, he has not made any achievements in this life. And the ability of the reincarnationist cannot be exposed. It is really difficult to convince the public to parachute him directly as the dean. Chapter 381 This sheep's head is too big. Soon, Zhang Ming led everyone to the deep canyon. The air here is fresh, the birds are singing, the mountain streams are gurgling, the moonlight is romantic at night, the forests are green in midsummer, and the grass is rippling. It is really a beautiful scenery like a fairyland on earth. Coo, a large group of strange white fur creatures noticed their arrival and jumped out of the mountains. They have tiger stripes on their bodies and bright red tails. They look a bit like deer and a bit like horses. The largest one among them is 3 meters tall. After seeing Zhang Ming, it called coo twice, blinked its smart eyes, and looked a little scared. "Hey, it turns out to be a descendant of Lu Shu." "Hello," Zhang Ming greeted it. The descendant of Lu Shu felt that he had no ill intentions and ran over. It seems that the project of Old Man Baizer has achieved initial results. Although the old sheephead is a good man, he is also vain. He will not alarm the whole forest like Shimama, but he still has some subtle means. Zhang Ming smiled and said, "These should be the creatures of my good friend who are awakening their spirits. They may be the descendants of the mythical beast Lu Shu. Even if they really have a little wisdom, they cannot pose a threat to humans. I hope humans will kill them. The reproductive capacity of this kind of mutant life is not high. Even after 1,000 years, there may still be only a few of them. That's natural." Zhang Yanlong said hurriedly, "We must deal with the problem of poachers seriously. He is not just dealing with it casually. After all, these creatures are the foundation of the earth. If they are familiar with them, it should be no problem to draw some blood, right? Goo goo, it calls us to get on the car. Hurry up." Since Zhang Ming said so, everyone approached this group of magical creatures cautiously and rode on them with some trepidation. The fur of these descendants of Lu Shu is quite comfortable to touch, and it is as fluffy as a blanket. Moreover, everyone inexplicably felt a little sleepy, as if they would enjoy sleeping with this guy. Zhang Ming explained, "Everyone, it's late at night. If you feel sleepy, just sleep with her, for legend has it that sleeping with the fur of a deer shoe will make you energetic with just 1 hour a day. That's really a good thing. Sometimes I always feel that 24 hours a day is too few. Sleeping only 1 hour a day can squeeze out time for sleep," a professor said with deep conviction. Then he recalled that he had to hunt a deer shoe to get its fur, and he realized that his words were a bit out of place. Fortunately, these guys have not yet truly awakened their spirits, and they really can't understand human language. They are just running in small steps. If you get familiar with it and let it be willing to sleep with you every day, it's nothing. Zhang Ming smiled in his heart and didn't care. "But we have to go back to the city eventually, right? Can we keep them alive in the city?" Zhang Yuao and other young people who benefited from Zhang Ming's face fruit were actually very sleepy. They couldn't help but doze off while hugging the furry creatures. "It would be great if everyone could keep some pets in the future. I heard that the snake civilization is like this. Almost every household in their family keeps a creature called golden ape chicken, which lays eggs. Of course, the environment on our Earth doesn't have this condition." These experts discussed it in a flurry. These magical creatures carried them through the mountains, and they cried coo and coo happily, like the sound of singing folk songs. Under the stars and among the green grass, They trotted for about an hour and finally arrived at the territory of the old sheephead. Because the old sheephead's body is really huge, in the past, it has been hiding on the moon. Humans have only heard of it, but have never seen its body. Zhang Ming saw it clearly at a glance. The hill was the body of the old sheephead, but the humans following behind seemed unaware. They thought that Baize was an animal similar to the one he was riding, just as the legend said. Only a few strong men such as Zhang Yanlong noticed something and looked into the distance. "Everyone, we are almost there," Zhang Ming called a few juniors. "You guys stop here, hold your deer, don't be scared to death when the time comes. The rest of you can stay here, or you can choose to follow me and continue forward for 1 kilometer. Don't force it." The rest of the people were as if they were facing a great enemy. After hesitating for a long time, they decided to follow. After all, they were here. Then, 5 minutes later, Zhang Ming found that he had underestimated the courage of the scientific researchers. It was possible that they were frightened by Shimama and raised their emotional threshold. They were not as scared as he imagined. They just stood there in a daze, holding their breath. The scale of this sheephead is too big. Hundreds of meters high, like a small hillside. Those two eyes, the forest green flames, suddenly jumped, like a beacon in the night sky. Baize asked very politely, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Is this what you call a human friend?" "Hello, I am Baize. To be exact, I am a residual soul left after Baize died, Ms. Hulu." "Hello, Mr. Baize." The old goat head naturally couldn't use spiritual language to weave a show of power like Shimama did. However, its own large goat head, surging in powerful soul power, plus the forest green flames in its eyes, seemed to make the air a little hot. Its existence itself is already a show of power. The real Baize died silently while guarding the abyss, Zhang Ming said. The current one has inherited some of the memories and corresponding moral qualities, so I think it is a remnant of Baize. If you have any questions, just ask it. I believe it can answer them. As for Mr. Baize's ability, on the one hand, it is spiritual language, which is similar to Mr. Shimama. On the other hand, there are all kinds of strange knowledge, such as awakening the spirits of the descendants of Lu Shu, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the forest, etc. Try not to let it participate in the battle, but if it really comes to a fight, it is not weaker than me. You must respect it. Zhang Ming was a little modest. In the abyss, he can actually fight Baize on equal terms, but after mastering the rules of the Eye of Time and Space, Baize is no longer an opponent in theory. But it is not ruled out that this old sheephead still has his own trump card that he has not used. It is normal to have a little personal privacy. When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. I come from the distant mountain and sea world, and now I follow Mr. Zhang to the earth to see the scenery of the new era, Baize said slowly. Back then, I couldn't even speak. And it was Shimama and Mr. Zhang Ming who taught me the human language. I also want to learn some knowledge systems of the new era. We are just asking each other for advice, and there is no such thing as imparting knowledge, as long as it is knowledge of the new era. I am willing to dabble in it, although the tone of the old sheephead is quite gentle. Who dares to say that it is just mutual learning? After all, the other party is just ahead, just like a mountain. One person at a time is not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. However, the term supernormal relic has already aroused the imagination of mankind. It is absolutely awesome that is, Zhang Ming, who brought back a talking supernormal relic to the human world. Soon, some scientists came forward and introduced themselves. They wanted to know why the plants in this canyon grew so lush. Old Man Baize said proudly, in our old Shanhai world, there are 8 great ways: the way of runes, the way of elixirs, the way of mechanisms, the way of cultivation, the way of divination, the way of taming beasts, the way of spiritual plants, and the way of formations. This is complicated to explain. Because of the changes in the times, some methods are no longer usable, so we can only try them one by one. I am currently using a method in the way of spiritual plants, and the principle is also very simple. There is such a saying, many experts felt that their eyes were opened, and they always felt that the information revealed by this huge creature was a bit metaphysical. Moreover, isn't it too extravagant to use the corpses of powerful creatures as fertilizers? Can you give those powerful creatures to us? Just as they were thinking about the heated discussion, Zhang Ming stopped them. Everyone, you have been traveling for so many days without stopping for a moment, you must be exhausted physically and mentally. The exchange of knowledge is a long-term work and cannot be rushed. Let's rely on these animals and rest for a few hours. Once it's daytime, they have to go to the forest to find food, and there will be no such good opportunities. This is true. Soon, Zhang Yanlong stopped the crazy discussion of many experts and arranged night watch. Everyone rested together in this valley. Relying on the descendants of Lu Shu, Zhang Yanlong felt sleepy and couldn't help but make a satellite phone call. There are naturally corresponding national scholars in charge of Shimima. The national scholar surnamed Sun said with a sad face, "Old Zhang, its temper is a bit weird, and it is not easy to negotiate." "My work here is very difficult to do," Zhang Yanlong said. "It is very difficult, but you have to do it too. Once the efficiency of breathing techniques is improved by 10%, all mankind will benefit. Once the efficiency doubles, it will be a qualitative change. So no matter how big the difficulties are, you have to overcome them. Either I go to Baiza and you come to Zuanwu." Old Zhang, it seems to have noticed that I am on the phone. The national scholar surnamed Sun was sweating profusely, and he was under pressure. Zhang Yanlong is indeed a genius who can find his own way. He soon realized that they were being eavesdropped by Shimima, and hurriedly said, "That won't work. My work here is also very difficult. Either you go to bed first, the great Zuanwu Lord must let people sleep well. Well, how about this? Tomorrow you give it some free turtle eggs to let it understand the technical strength of our human beings." Chapter 382, Great Academy of Sciences and Great Academy of Knowledge. Free, an old voice came faintly from the microphone. Shimima, the slave, seemed very satisfied with Free, and felt that humans were very sincere. Old Sun hurriedly took the steps downhill. Okay, I'll do this now. Let everyone rest for a while, and give Shimima some free places tomorrow, and it will definitely be satisfied." Zhang Yanlong hung up the phone and sighed. Most of the experts were really tired, and they fell asleep quickly under the ability of the descendants of Lu Shu. Because there were already candidates for the night shift, there was nothing to worry about, so he simply set up a tent, called his Lu Shu partner in, and took out 2 carrots from his bag. This creature that looked like a deer and a horse was indeed quite intelligent. Its smart big eyes looked around, and it cooed twice in its throat. It was not afraid, and it lay down on the ground and ate carrots leisurely. Seeing this guy so cooperative, Zhang Yanlong also smiled, leaned on a pillow, and closed his eyes to rest. He suddenly discovered that since Mr. Zhang Ming's return, the foundation of mankind seemed to have become richer all of a sudden, and all kinds of incredible things exceeded the sum of the previous decades. Perhaps in the future, such miracles will continue. On the other side, Zhang Ming was inviting Old Man Baiza to be the dean of the Great Knowledge Academy. But things did not go as smoothly as imagined. The old sheep was silent for a while, and the flames in his eyes were dancing. No matter how good its character is, it is actually not willing to face the sudden heavy responsibility. At the beginning, it was agreed to communicate on an equal footing. Even if humans can't learn it, Old Man Baiza doesn't care. But if you become the dean, you have to bear the corresponding responsibilities and you can't hide it. Faced with this situation, Zhang Ming could only appeal to his emotions and reason with him. Mr. Baiza, although the human race has many flaws, since ancient times, there have been people who work hard, people who plead for the people, and people who sacrifice their lives for the law, and this is why it has survived to this day. I have always looked at the world with an optimistic eye. Even without my existence, the earth will still develop, and this is what I have always thought about, so after returning to Earth, I just wanted to muddle through at first, and I didn't want to take on too much responsibility. After all, some things are stressful once they are on your shoulders, right? But later, some things I saw and heard made me change my mind. Maybe people must have some careers in life, otherwise it would be too boring day by day. If we can promote the Earth and accelerate the development of the world, why not do it? Zhang Ming looked at the starry sky in the distance, with his hands behind his back, and said, "I believe that the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Academy of Knowledge will definitely be able to bring a lot of changes to the human world. In our human world, there is an ultimate problem called the ideal country, which is further sublimated into utopia, and then further into communism, and my goal at this moment is to build an ideal country at the level of scientific research. I want the people living here to give full play to their wisdom, release their potential, stimulate their subjective initiative, and thus promote the progress of the entire civilization. Of course, this is difficult, and the bad apples need to be eliminated in time. This requires your help, and requires various capable people to build this stage." Baiza remained silent. It really has the ability to judge people. recalling the distant past again. Well, how can there be so many philosophical questions in the mountain and sea world? At that time, there was not even a saying like civilization. At most, it was just a certain tribe. As for the same kind of infighting, it is also a common thing. I remember that once, Zhang Ming passed by a certain tribe and found a vegetable man in a cage, that is, a person sold for food in the market. His hands and feet were chopped off, and he was unconscious in the cage and could be eaten at any time. It was very pitiful. But it could do nothing. Under the pressure of the demon god, all species are just struggling to survive. In fact, human society is more than one level better than the Shanhai realm. At least the phenomenon of rookies is impossible. In its eyes, humans have developed quite well. As for ideal countries and utopias, they are unheard of. It seems like a luxury. Finally, it slowly said, "Okay, I really have to find something to do." I accepted the position of dean. However, my ability may not be enough. I know nothing about the financial and institutional issues in the new era. Even in the old era, there were accounts to be settled. The new era is naturally more complicated. It doesn't matter. You can learn while you are doing it. I will help you find a few reliable human assistants, as long as you have the ability to recognize people. This kind of work is not easy to do. Even Zhang Ming had a few candidates in his mind, such as the nerdy second brother of the Lin family, Lin Fangzhen, and his little relative from his hometown, Zhang Chenhao. It's not that he is nepotism, but these two guys are really upright. Now their working ability is not enough, but it is enough to do odd jobs. People will always grow up. It is not a problem to promote the virtuous. Give them a chance. Of course, Baizer will make his own choice in the end. Zhang Ming will not be involved in personnel work. He just needs to be a big money sponsor. If these people become bad, Baizer will kick them out. Old Zhang will not frown, let alone express his objection. Another worry is settled. Zhang Ming was in a good mood. He walked to the high slope alone and laid down. Baizer manages the Great Knowledge Academy in his own way, and Li Xianfang manages the Great Academy of Sciences in a modern way. Let's see who is more awesome, but he felt that it was still not enough. More things must be needed to attract the best talents. The inheritance of King Kong is a great foundation. King Kong needs the last wishes of the Blue Crystal people to practice better. The best auxiliary cultivation item at present is the World Stone, which he is going to give to Lao Wang. In addition, there are nearly 200 pieces of the last wishes of saints and sages, which are definitely good things. He plans to divide them into the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy, 100 each. Anyway, there is no use for him to keep it. But it is still not enough. You'd better appoint Mr. Shimama as the Dean of the Great Academy of Sciences, otherwise it may be angry, Ms. Gord reminded faintly. Zhang Ming patted his forehead and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Baiza is the Dean. And the stone is not. It must rebel against humans, but, with its appearance of being corrupted by power, does it have the ability? It doesn't. What should I do? I will throw this stinky stone back to Turtle Island, you name it the Dean, and then let Li Xianfang's team quietly sideline it. Anyway, it doesn't know anything, and often pretends to be a master. It is easy to fool when facing things it doesn't understand. That's right. Zhang Ming pinched his nose and thought for a long time. Anyway, this is the only way. Always feel that the future of the Great Academy of Sciences is not good? He glanced at Ms. Gord again. Why did you become so sinister? After solving this difficulty, Zhang Ming thought that his foundation was still not enough. Although he was rich enough to rival a country, wealth and foundation were different. Wealth would be spent, but foundation would last forever. Thinking of this, he ran to the Red Moon and selected the final foundation of the two academies. Some of the monster corpses and minerals were indeed precious, but they were just wealth. Once they were spent, they were gone. They were not at the level of human foundation. As for the various strange forging materials, they could be used to make magic weapons, but they didn't seem to be of much use. The rules of the demon god? Too dangerous and inappropriate. At this point, Zhang, I'm still extremely poor. At this moment, a voice came from afar. I found a good thing for you, the eyes of the space-time worm. You only need to pick off a few small round eyes in the compound eye to become the foundation of the two academies. Zhang Ming hurried over to take a look. The space-time worm has only one eye, similar to the compound eye structure of insects, composed of hundreds of millions of small round eyes. The diameter of each small eye is about 2 meters, so the diameter of the entire compound eye is about 20,000 meters. Standing above this compound eye is simply intensive phobia. But because of such a large and complex eye structure, every time it uses the eye of space and time, it can overlook the entire world domain. This ability is many times stronger than Zhang Ming. Of course, after the eye rules of the space and time worm were seized by Zhang Ming, the entire compound eye structure turned into transparent crystal-like substances. In the past, he and old man Bai Zhang also studied these crystals and concluded that this thing is not a purely irregular substance, and may have some kind of information amplification, information replication and information storage functions. The ability to see the entire world domain at a glance, the huge amount of information obtained in an instant, even the demon-level life of the space and time worm cannot analyze it cleanly in an instant. It must store this part of the information in these crystal-like substances, and then take it out and digest it slowly when needed. Isn't this just a more awesome light and shadow stone? After discovering this function, Zhang Ming naturally lost interest. After all, for him who was drifting in the sea of demons, a pile of light and shadow stones were really useless. But now, Zhang Ming suddenly thought of the real purpose of these crystal balls, and couldn't help but praise, "You are so smart, he can place the woven dream seeds in this crystal ball." Members of the Institute can conduct various trials in dreams to improve their practical skills. And the spiritual language illusion woven by Shimama and Bai Zan can also be stored in it like dream seeds to provide help to other students. The capacity and function of this thing are much greater than the light and shadow stone, and the information will not be lost due to reading. Chapter 383 2 years later. If the dream seeds are stored in a light and shadow stone, they will show signs of distortion as time goes by. Would Zhang Ming be exhausted from weaving dream seeds every day? But now with these crystal balls, the distortion speed will slow down rapidly, and even infinite reading is possible. These crystal balls look only 2 meters in diameter, but in fact each one has a mass of hundreds of tons, which is quite heavy. Zhang Ming asked Xiaohulu to help swallow a few crystal balls, and then touched his chin, saying with some concern, "Will anyone find out that this is the eyeball of the demon god? Although it is discovered, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. The demon god rules on it are gone." Xiaohulu immediately expressed his loyalty. "Captain, if you are worried, I can help you deal with it and apply a layer of silver irregular matter to make them look like 2 pure technological products. I can also help you make an operating system based on the dream mechanism in these 2 stones, so that it can be used like a real computer." Zhang Ming nodded, feeling deeply that personal secretary is really useful in other aspects except that he can't fight. "Well, then I'll trouble you. Don't worry, we have plenty of time anyway." Returning to Earth, the problem of background is almost solved. Finally, it is the problem of site selection. Zhang Ming considered again and again, and decided to choose the Great Academy of Sciences and Great Knowledge Academy in the West Continent, between a port city and a big forest. On the one hand, doing research in a big city is not a very good thing. There are too many conflicts of interest in big cities, and there is a little more money smell and impatience. And away from the hustle and bustle of big cities, a quiet and slow life is easier to make greater achievements. Like in Europe in the past, many well-known universities were located in small towns. On the contrary, Daksha often places universities in downtown areas, and as a result, teachers often cannot afford to buy houses. It's not that every scientist has to be an ascetic. Zhang Ming has always felt that scientists should live a good life, but a life without rush or impatience is very necessary for scientific research. Even Zhang himself is the same. Since he came to the human world, he has less time to practice. His mind is full of desires and waste. Playing games on his mobile phone every day is not a good thing. Staying in this forest, on the contrary, there is a long-lost feeling of peace of mind, which makes him full of motivation. On the other hand, the vicious cycle of the economy of the Western continent has led to weak defense. With the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy guarding it, the problem will not be too big. It can even promote the economic development of the Western continent, so that the people in this area will be slightly richer and live a more comfortable life. Zhang Ming thought ambitiously. The human reinforcement plan has officially begun. Just like that, with everything ready, the promotion of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy quickly entered the fast lane. Meeting after meeting, discussion after discussion. Unknowingly, this plan full of vitality and reverie has been supported by almost all forces. For the human united government, it is natural to agree with both hands and feet, and it can't agree more. That is something that Zhang personally led. No matter what, he must keep face, not to mention that it is a huge and unimaginable benefit for all mankind. Even Zhang Ming himself raised all the funds. He just took out some rare minerals, and all the giant companies rushed to buy them. What a joke! Eureka Hicks, Pandora Crystal, Mirror Steel, which are usually used in grams, but now they are tens or hundreds of kilograms, and can even be bought with human money. If I don't buy it now, can't I let the snake people next door buy it? Even if I borrow from the bank, I have to buy it. Soon, Zhang Ming raised an astronomical figure. In fact, he himself has no feeling for money. Looking at the increasingly long numbers, he always feels like playing an astronomical game, and it feels unreal. And releasing a small amount of rare minerals is also beneficial to the entire human civilization. Don't think that chaebols and multinational companies are incompetent people who are engaged in petty gains and losses. These big companies can run into giants, and naturally they have their own research teams and strong competitiveness. With enough rare materials, these big companies can also research some things, which will feed back to human civilization. In this case, what reason does the coalition government have to oppose it? Even the Speaker of the Parliament Liu personally issued an order to dispatch the Daksha railway industry with the strongest infrastructure capacity to carry out infrastructure construction. As long as the money is enough, the Daksha Railway Company can lay the railway to the top of Mount Everest. Of course, because of self-raised funds, Zhang Ming directly became the god of wealth. As long as he does not do anything antisocial, whether it is a multinational group or a coalition government, it cannot directly interfere with the internal operation of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy, let alone interfere with personnel work. Therefore, these two institutions will be a paradise similar to the utopia under the leadership of Zhang Ming. Seeing that the buildings are rising day by day, the main leaders of the two new institutions have also been selected, and the number of experts and scholars who sign up to join has also begun to increase. The moment of truly revealing to the world has gradually arrived. Even the coalition government has faintly released the wind. Lao Zhang has returned, and began to build momentum for this matter at the level of public opinion. The two dean candidates, Baiza and Shimama, also began their preparations with great excitement. If they wanted to be captains, they had to give humans a gift, right? Even more, the information of Baiza and Shimama also appeared on the internet to a certain extent, and they were introduced as powerful partners who accompanied Zhang Ming through the Sea of Demons, with the most top-level wisdom and mysterious abilities. Lord Shimama was quite satisfied with this introduction. He was about to pretend to be so powerful, so he definitely put all his efforts into it and took out all his life skills. In this way, the entire infrastructure project took nearly 2 years, and the high-rise building was successfully topped off and the interior decoration was completely completed. For the people all over the world, the day to change their destiny has arrived. Lin Fangqiang, a fisherman who was originally a fisherman in a small town on the edge of the sea, picked up a survivor who fell into the sea on the coast of the East China Sea 2 years ago. He had almost forgotten about it, and had never thought about relying on this survivor to change his fate. He even forgot what this survivor looked like and just lived an ordinary life in the town. His life is pretty good now. A year ago, he married his beloved sister and lived happily together as a couple, without a mortgage. What a comfortable life. Lin, I haven't seen your brother and sister for a long time. They don't even come home during the holidays. Your brother has graduated from graduate school. What is he busy with? I don't know. He said he is doing something big. My sister is a junior this year and has been staying in the Western Forest during the summer vacation. Lin Fangqiang brought his wife to the small restaurant to brag and chat. Whenever there is a good harvest, he always takes care of the business of the neighbors next door. The so-called economy is just like this. You serve me and I serve you. When GDP goes up, the living standard will be there. If you don't serve me and I don't serve you, GDP will be gone and everything will be depressed. Have you heard of the Great Academy of Sciences? It's located in the Western Forest. A diner who was browsing his phone suddenly said, there have been a lot of comments on the internet these days, saying that it was opened by Lao Zhang, and the materials are so precious that they are unimaginable, and they can be used at will. They also pay you a salary, and there is no performance appraisal. Do you think it's true? Of course it's false. Another person said, the precious materials are used at will, and I can get rich by secretly embezzling a little. Even Lao Zhang can't see through everything and know everything, right? Another diner said, you don't understand this. Did big companies in the past also use precious materials? There were ways to conduct joint investigations, and they could even use superpowers to investigate. What's more, Those who can join the great Academy of Sciences are all experts and scholars with ideals. They wouldn't do that, right? Why wouldn't they? As long as the benefits are big enough, I don't believe that they won't embezzle. Besides, it's another matter whether Lao Zhang has come back or not. Oh, you dare to embezzle Lao Zhang's things, but no one dares to buy them. Do you believe it? Lin Fangqiang listened to their conversation and felt a little funny. For people who have no ideals in their hearts, idealists seem like illusory legends. But he had actually seen it, his younger brother Lin Fangzhen. Other relatives even thought he was a bit nerdy and used subtle ridicule for entertainment. Don't be like Lin Fangzhen, who read too much and became stupid. Lin Fangqiang actually admired his younger brother. Did he have similar fantasies when he was young about his goal of breeding mutant fish? It's just that the gravity of reality was too strong, which gradually smoothed his fantasy and made him an ordinary fisherman. Occasionally, he would think that if he had continued to explore, he might have discovered something, but the greater possibility was that he would have achieved nothing and even couldn't get a wife. Alice, he rubbed his temples, annoyed by the lost dream. Putting this aside for now, topics such as the Great Academy of Sciences have already attracted a certain amount of discussion among the people. And no one knows whether it is true or not. There are quite a lot of photos of netizens on the internet, which seem to be somewhat authentic. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the conventional primetime program 1818 Uncle is gone, replaced by important news of the coalition government. The diners present all felt a little resentful. After all, eating in a small restaurant and watching the 1818 uncles quarreling with each other was quite interesting. As for national affairs, that lacked a bit of flavor. Chapter 384 A Landmark Day. Then the air raid alarm in the town sounded. The soldiers guarding the city of the New Century defense line lined up and ran around the town. The sound of the loudspeakers in their hands could be heard for several kilometers. Everyone go home and watch the news. Everyone go home and watch the news. Important news? What's so tense? Is there going to be another war? Lin Fangqiang's wife swallowed her saliva, a little nervous, and couldn't help but clench her fists. All the diners were panicked by the scene. A few paid and hurried back to their homes. The rest of the diners were still sitting in their seats, eating dinner anxiously. It's okay. Lin Fangqiang held his wife's hand tightly. Then, the diners at the stalls became lively again, because a series of big red banners appeared on the screen. Warmly celebrate the official establishment of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy. Warmly celebrate the return of Mr. Zhang Ming, the founder of human breathing technique, to the human world. The rumors some time ago were verified, and they caused a sensation all of a sudden. Grand Academy of Sciences, is Lao Zhang really back? Ordinary people don't know what the so-called superhumans or spiritual limiters are. After all, these are too far away. S-level masters are closer to their lives. They only know that it is written in the textbooks that Lao Zhang is the first person to break through the three limits of human beings, that is, the first national scholar. It has been more than 150 years since this day, and the breakthrough methods of other national scholars were given by him. The textbooks have been widely publicized that a person who disappeared for 159 years has returned from the Demon Sea, giving people an inexplicable sense of magic. These two banners alone have brought enough revelry, and online public opinion has grown explosively. Many S-level masters and A-level masters have been in the Demon Sea and deeply know the vastness and depth of that ghost place. Let them stay for a month, and they are almost crazy. It took more than 150 years to cross the strength that they could not imagine. Coach, how strong must Lao Zhang be now to become a national hero in 2 years? I don't know, maybe he can give a better way to break through. I suggest that everyone worship the great god Lao Zhang before trying to break through the bottleneck. Of course, this is a joke, and living people are obviously not allowed to worship. I remember that a divine bird and a divine turtle appeared some time ago. It is said that they were brought in by Lao Zhang. I wonder how it is possible that these backgrounds suddenly appeared on the earth. Don't talk nonsense, just watch TV carefully. There are more masters with more sensitive sixth senses, who are faintly restless and begin to look forward to it. Their hearts are beating fast, as if they realize that this is an extraordinary day for humans. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Li, the then Speaker of the Parliament, came to the stage and delivered an important speech. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On behalf of 18 countries including Daksha, Southeast, and Daxi, please allow me to express my sincere respects to Mr. Zhang Ming, Mr. Bai Zan, and Mr. Shimama, who took the lead in establishing the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy. Today is a day worth celebrating. Human beings thinking about the basic and universal problems of the world began with looking up at the stars. In ancient times, after we humans solved the problem of food and clothing, we began to look up at the stars. We wanted to know how the world works and to explore the laws governing the operation of all things. Over tens of thousands of years, we have made small achievements. These achievements have allowed us to survive huge disasters and remain a complete civilization. However, the gravity of reality is too great, and the vision and imagination of people of insight are confined to a relatively limited space. Today we have come to a great era. The sky above our heads has been reopened. With the establishment of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy, people of insight will be able to let their dreams fly and collide with the sparks of their ideals. Mr. Li is an excellent moderate leader. Under his leadership, the economy has indeed developed rapidly in recent years, and the problem of the gap between the rich and the poor among the people has also been greatly improved. However, the Speaker of the Parliament of the coalition government is inevitably formalistic. After talking about this and that for a long time, the general public still does not understand what he is saying. They don't know what the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Institute are doing, which makes the irritable netizens a little angry. In the end, it was not until some well-informed people gave an interpretation that everyone understood what it meant. First, the presidents of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Institute are Mr. Baiza and Mr. Shimama, respectively, two wise beasts. Not human. This is really a very rare thing, which directly caused a sensation in the human world. Many S-level and A-level masters know about the beasts, and even experienced it personally. The snake civilization next door has descendants of the blood of the beasts. The overwhelming pressure made people unable to move, as if facing a great world. But now, a real beast suddenly appeared and became the president. So much so that the brain was not enough, and public opinion was suddenly detonated. How can non-human creatures be allowed to rule over humans? Are you mentally ill? How can you rule over humans just because you are a dean? Some racists were heartbroken and expressed their opposition frantically. Suspicious views accounted for the vast majority of public opinion. I have seen the two-headed dragon of the snake civilization when I was still a soldier. When I first met the snake people, Lao Wang was a diplomat and he was not yet a national scholar. The scene was so terrifying. The sulfur breath exhaled by the two-headed dragon almost killed people. In order to reduce the suspicion of the snake people, I could only stand still and not move. That was just a little blood of the divine beast. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to bring back two divine beasts directly. I never thought of it in my life. Good things, great things. Grandpa, you are not young, right? It was still the Qin dynasty's suppression era, 130 years old, fortunately broke through the physical barrier, and can still live for a few years. Haha, I wish you a long life. Stories from more than 100 years ago, coupled with a gradual friendship between humans and snake people, these things are no longer top-secret files, and are also allowed to be communicated on the internet. Everyone still respects the former veterans. Of course, the current center of public opinion is the Great Academy of Sciences and Great Knowledge Academy that have emerged out of nowhere. The popularity exceeded 100 million in just half an hour. Second, adopt an unlimited research funding system. It's not really unlimited, but there are huge amounts of precious materials in these two research institutes. These materials cannot be purchased with money at all, so they are exaggeratedly called unlimited funding. Ordinary university professors may only be exposed to grams of rare materials in their lifetime. But now, as long as you are a talent, I dare to give it to you. Of course, try not to waste it. There is a very strict management and audit system, including joint audits and inspections by the government and third parties to avoid the loss of core assets. As soon as this one appeared, it immediately caused a sensation. It was not a sensation among the people, but a huge sensation among scholars. Human civilization is really poor. There are not many local supernatural resources. They can only go to the Sea of Demons to dig, but even if they dig for 100 years, there are still too many monks and too little porridge. After all, advanced manufacturing, advanced weapons industry, and armor manufacturing all need to be used. Multinational giants, the military, and major research institutes are all waiting for this little rice to be put into the pot. No matter how many wisdom you have, it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. The supply of massive resources really caused a real sensation. Countless scholars began to ask how to join and what the conditions were. So the third rule appeared: to join the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy, you must pass 3 exams. The first is the Professional Quality Assessment. No matter what field, your professional quality must be up to standard, right? Otherwise, are you just coming here to be a folk scientist? This exam alone is enough to screen out most of the people who want to join in the fun. The second is the Moral Ideal Assessment. We only need people with ideals and ambitions and good morals. Those who want to get promoted and make a fortune should not enter this door. There is also a third exam, which requires face-to-face identification by Bizet. Old man Bizet has a veto power. If he thinks you are not suitable, then you are really not suitable. Soon, a netizen asked, how are ideals and morals assessed? Can I pass the assessment just by boasting that I am a person with dreams? Then I can steal some precious materials and my family will be blessed. We have to admit that the netizens who eat melons are the most honest. Although they are not great professors and it is not their turn, they have filled in all kinds of loopholes in their minds. Then another informed person replied, don't worry about this. Who is Lao Zhang? He became a national scholar in the second year of the revival of spiritual energy. The two beasts have the same heart-knocking methods as the immortals. There are ways to figure out what kind of person you are. As for the specific examination methods, it is probably like dreaming. You will have a real dream, but you don't know that it is a dream. Only those who can withstand the temptation in the dream can join these two organizations. Those who can't hold on should go home and do what they should do. Netizens were shocked. There is actually such a method. Isn't this a requirement for stable Tao heart? If this method really exists, it is too awesome. The last rule is that the Big Academy of Sciences and Big Knowledge Institute implement free food and accommodation system, free medical services, per capita salary system and professional barrier disclosure system. In other words, working there can provide free food and accommodation, free medical care, but the salary provided is not high. The local per capita salary is not a very high number. Of course, with free food and accommodation, life will not be too bad. This is a paradise for academic research, not a place for crooked ways. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Shimama used her 10,000 years of strength. In addition, if you work hard all your life but have no results, the Academy will support you for life without any KPI assessment. After all, some roads are really difficult to walk, but someone has to walk them. It is normal that no results can be achieved. Most technical patents will be made public to the world, not for profit, but for reputation. Then another netizen commented, scientists don't have to live in poverty, do they? The local per capita salary is not high. This is too poor. The insider replied, this only provides a guaranteed salary that allows you to maintain a decent life. If you have made achievements and want higher salaries, you can also leave the Academy of Sciences and go to other companies. There will be no obstacles here. I see, that makes sense. Another netizen replied, maybe they don't want to leave. Working in a big company will make you suffer a little. Not everyone fights for money. Stay in the Academy of Sciences. Research is free. The atmosphere is relaxed and harmonious, and there are no KPIs. How can it be so cool? Someone else asked. I thought of the loophole in this rule. If someone passes the exam and just eats and waits for death, wouldn't it be a waste of finances? Who will pay for the salary? Each person's monthly food and salary should be 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. 10,000 people would be 50 million yuan a month. If there is no income, it may not last long, the insider said. Mr. Zhang Ming will raise this money from international consortiums and giant companies, so there is no need to worry about the source of funds. In addition to auditing, major international financial groups will also monitor the liquidity of this batch of precious resources to avoid embezzlement. In addition, the phenomenon of eating and waiting for death should be rare after passing the ideal moral assessment. Once similar signs appear, the dean has the power to reassess and eliminate those who fail. I see, the dean is quite important. It seems that most of the loopholes that can be thought of have been filled. Almost all the precious resources are controlled by Zhang Ming. If the international financial group wants them, they can buy them with money. There are discounts for large quantities. Therefore, These chaebols do not need to risk offending Lao Zhang and go to the research institute to ask people to steal some. Even if someone dares to steal, they dare not take it. Once Lao Zhang finds out, it will be a crisis of extermination. It is better to spend some money and do long-term transactions. As for some small financial groups that are not easy to monitor, there is actually no point in buying these precious resources. After all, to make good use of them, they also need certain technical strength. Therefore, in the riot of online public opinion, Big Academy of Sciences and Big Knowledge Institute have been associated with utopian existence. No, it's not a utopia. It's a holy land. A holy land for idealists. Finally, Zhang Ming and the two deans finally came out after much anticipation. They stood in front of the buildings that had been built. Because of the difference in time zones, the night in the East Continent is the day in the West Continent. These buildings are generally not high, and the tallest one is only about 8 stories high. Not far away are forests and lakes, as well as a large grassland for the descendants of Lu Shu to graze. After the architect's design, these buildings have a sense of simplicity that blends with nature. In fact, it was the first time for Zhang Ming to do this. Even if he had a thick skin like a city wall, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous in front of the reporters and the attention from all over the world. Mr. Zhang, please say a few words. He took a deep breath and spoke in front of the reporters. Hello, friends. I am Zhang Ming. Just 2 years ago, I returned to Earth from the Sea of Demons, ending my long journey of 151 years. During this journey, I have seen many interesting stories. I will share them with you if I have the chance in the future. I discovered the remains of the Yanjiao civilization. After digging deep and transforming them, I eventually formed the human breathing technique. I also discovered the remains of the Blue Crystal civilization. Many of the laws in the current textbooks were discovered from those remains. Netizens immediately made a big fuss. It turns out that Lao Zhang is really back. Do you know how many Zhang Ming's laws there are in the textbooks? It turns out that it was the remains you discovered that caused me to fail the exam. Please, failing the exam is your own business. You don't still think that studying is useless, do you? A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Facing a supermaster of the national level, no one dared to speak out. After all, everyone has been educated by the great masters in the martial arts hall. I have met many creatures, some of them are kind, some are malicious, some are extremely powerful but irrational, and some intelligent life forms have formed a civilization stronger than humans. Everyone, this is what I want to say. Humans are really not a powerful and rich civilization. We can only say that we are barely getting by. These words are quite hurtful. For a while, the number of online comments decreased a lot. This is also my original intention to establish the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy. As a member of the human race, I sincerely hope that humans can become a powerful civilization. I hope to provide a platform for idealists away from the hustle and bustle. I chose the address in the Western continent to enjoy the tranquility of nature. I don't think that researchers must live a poor life, but they must live a quiet life, with fewer worldly troubles and more down to earth. The above are some of my original intentions. Next, let our two deans speak, and I won't say much. Zhang Ming just made a long story short. If he wanted to give a long speech, he could talk for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating himself. But now, he can't wait to see Shima show off. In the past 2 years, the Stinky Stone has been very proud of all kinds of flattery, and his happiness value is full every day. But we have to admit that human desires, cough cough, the desires of stones are infinite. It increasingly dislikes its body being too small and not majestic enough. Look at how big the old sheep head next door is. It's like a mountain. Anyone, regardless of gender, can't help but be filled with awe and fear of that power when they see the old sheep head. And it's just a small stone. When newcomers see it, they will only be curious, not an awe. Doesn't it, Lord Shimama, scare people with spiritual language all day long? How can it be on TV? A stone as big as a fist is on TV, it can't afford to lose this person. This flaw has become Shimama's inner demon. But how can I say my own body? It can't become bigger or smaller, and it can't be replaced, right? Finally, it was Lao Zhang who came up with a good idea. Did Shimama learn some means of manipulating bones from Baizel? So Zhang Ming moved a large number of monster bones and scales and pieced together a huge Xuanwu. Although it can't be compared with a real Xuanwu, it is as big as a small mountain, not inferior to Yang Mima's sheep head. In addition, The monster bones themselves carry a strong evil spirit, which is enough to scare people. Boom boom sounded, and the reporters on the helicopter took a full picture of the two deans. In an instant, the network was flooded with the two deans are so big, compared with these mythical beasts. Humans are really like ants, even the national scholars can't beat the mythical beasts, and there is only Lao Zhang among humans. Shimma hid in the head of Zuanwu, swiping his mobile phone, peeking at the screen frantically, and the joy in his heart was about to overflow. It tried its best to mobilize the Zuanwu to move for a while. Boom, Zuanwu took a step forward. The young lady who was in the helicopter and wanted to interview was frightened and said tremblingly, Mr. Shimma, please give a speech by the president of the Academy of Sciences. This stinky stone once again used the spiritual language, and said to the reporter in that vicissitudes and ancient voice, I am the president of the Academy of Sciences. With a traditional ancient text, I hope for the future of mankind, there will be a time to ride the wind and waves, and set sail to cross the sea. The spiritual language is indeed a powerful supernatural power. It resonated with the heaven and the earth. In an instant, the wind rose and the clouds in the sky rolled like waves, forming a small boat. This ancient text was instantly spread to every corner of the world through the internet. In the minds of the majority of followers, they all had an inexplicable illusion. They turned into a lonely traveler, crossing the desert, crossing the ocean, and climbing the mountains, just to pursue the final answer that may never exist. This traveler went through countless hardships and obstacles, tasted the ups and downs of life, and finally overcame the final difficulty and picked the flower he wanted to pursue in the nameless corner. By then, he was old. The flower also withered. He smiled, lay on the ground, closed his heavy eyelids, as if he was asleep. But this is a seeker. What kind of seeker is it without the heart to seek the truth? The Academy of Sciences welcomes seekers of truth. Then, when the reporter was trapped in the illusion, Dean Shimma said arrogantly that he had finished speaking and could move on to the next one. It's really good at pretending. Zhang Ming savored the artistic conception and suddenly realized that he couldn't design such a high-sounding advertising slogan at all. Of course, he didn't have the skill of spiritual language. Zhang Ming couldn't help but complain, damn, this guy is quite good at pretending. Is it designed by Xiaobei again? Yeah, I designed it, huh? You are getting more and more sinister. Zhang Ming subconsciously began to tease her. Little Guard felt a little aggrieved by what he said. It asked me how to show off in the best way. I think the more I say, the easier it is to make mistakes. So it is better to be brief and let all mankind experience what a true seeker is. Then I helped it design this scene. Shimma's move was really amazing. After a brief stagnation, the internet rioted again. Chapter 386 Buys as Gift to Humanity. This riot was a real riot. The global internet showed signs of serious congestion. Hundreds of millions of visits in an instant caused the server to crash directly, and various web pages became 404. What happened just now? I seemed to have a movie-like hallucination in my mind. A well-informed person posted on the internet, don't be surprised, this is the spiritual language illusion woven by Dean Shimma. After scientific certification, we have identified it as an S-class standard ability. Ordinary people can also learn a small amount of spiritual language, but can only memorize some fixed patterns and cannot use them flexibly. A netizen commented, it seems to be back to the student's days. In order to solve a math problem, I racked my brains and worked hard until late at night. Finally, I solved it. It was like a feeling of sunshine blooming. It's a pity that I am just a fisherman now. Maybe my past ideals have been worn down by the world. The road is long and arduous, and I will search up and down. I hope there will be a piece of pure land in the world that can be used to explore knowledge. A large number of people began to lament the lost life. Perhaps when they were young, they had more or less a little bit of beautiful dreams. But time has passed, and things that have been lost can never be recovered. A large group of people are bragging. Dean Shimma is really unfathomable. With this trick alone, he is more than qualified to be the dean. Even if he is not human, I think he is pretty awesome. What about those idiots who say that those who are not of my race must have different hearts? Do you still dare to say bad things? No one dared to say bad things. After all, this kind of spiritual language method is beyond the cognition of ordinary humans. Maybe the other party is unhappy and will attack him through the network cable. After 2 minutes, the female host explained in a professional voice, Dear audience friends, Dean Shimma standing on my right is the orthodox successor of Zhuangwu breathing technique. It is understood that human breathing techniques have only learned 1/10 of the essence of Zhuangwu breathing technique at most. Ding Shima is willing to improve the efficiency of human breathing techniques on the current basis. There is already a preliminary improved version, and the efficiency has been improved by about 6%. There is still huge room for improvement after this. At the same time, it is also considering how to better use breathing techniques to break through the bottleneck of humans. Dear knowledgeable people, if you have unique insights, you can also join the discussion. Our email address is This is another big sensation. The efficiency of breathing techniques has increased by 6%, which is very good. Originally 100 years of hard work turned into 94 years, saving 6 years for nothing. As for breaking through the bottleneck, even if it is just the first level of breaking through the limit of human beings, the lifespan will be extended to 300 years. Who would not want to? Lord Shimama, hiding in the shell of the Zhuangwu tortoise, watched the riot of online public opinion, and the refreshing feeling in his heart was like a waterfall, pouring down. This is exactly the feeling. It was worth it to use all its strength to announce this spiritual language to the world. It was really tiring. Now, old sheephead, it's your turn. If you don't give me a gift, won't I compare you to me? The helicopter with a rumbling sound came to the eyes of the old sheephead with a reporter lady. Facing the green fire, the reporter lady swallowed her saliva, and the audience friends in front of the TV were also a little confused. Although there are so many strange monster movies and monster games in this era, this real skull sheephead as big as a hill still scared everyone. Everyone is discussing which one is bigger, Shimama or Bizet. The official naturally cannot give any data, so some people with good intentions began to guess. President Bizet, please give a speech as the president of the Great Knowledge Academy. Old man Bizet was really choked by this pitch stone. Although it is not the kind of person who is competitive, it can't be compared in front of people all over the world. It also has to save face. Having lost face at this moment, it would be difficult to do future work. Bizet could only give up the long speech that he had been preparing for a long time, and said in a voice like a bell in a tripod, I come from another realm, and I have a gift for mankind, called the Pure Heart Bodhi Technique, which has the effect of purifying the mind and awakening enlightenment. This voice spread far and wide from the Great Knowledge Academy. Now I will give this technique to mankind. A mysterious spiritual language came out of Bizet's mouth. It was not a human language, and the syllables were also awkward and mysterious, which could also cause hallucinations. This spiritual language seemed to describe a strange-looking tree, lush and green, standing on the top of Kunlun Mountain. People in the mountain and sea realm called it the Bodhi tree. One day, a saying suddenly spread, using the leaves of the Bodhi tree to make tea can make people smart and enlightened. So overnight, the leaves of this Bodhi tree were picked off, and even the trunk was cut down, leaving only a bare stump. There is no Bodhi tree in the world anymore. Another 1,000 years later, a high monk found a Bodhi tree with only a stump left. He sat on the stump and sighed from the bottom of his heart, there is no Bodhi tree, and a mirror is not a stand. There is nothing, so where can dust come from? This Pure Heart Bodhi technique was created by that master. It describes this story and has the effect of purifying the mind and removing desires. In other words, it is a very simple spiritual ability. As long as you recite this spiritual language, even if you have not practiced at all, just reading similar syllables, you will have the ability to purify your mind and eliminate thoughts. In the current human civilization, it is precious. Even Lao Zhang was shocked. I didn't expect that this old sheephead still has this trick. In fact, it is also normal. How can you be the dean without hiding a few tricks? Although the old sheephead is easy to talk to, he still understands the basic thick black theory of interpersonal communication. Of course, the Pure Heart Bodhi technique should be a gift that has been prepared for a long time and will be given sooner or later. It was just exposed earlier under the squeeze of Shimama. Zhang Ming silently recited a few sentences, and sure enough, the various distracting thoughts and desires in his mind, such as greed, troubles, and obsession, dissipated a little, and he felt a sense of tranquility. I already have the power of lightning, which is of no use to me. But it is indeed a treasure-level existence for the vast majority of human beings. Reciting a few sentences silently during class can improve concentration and learning speed. Reciting a few sentences silently before the exam may help you get a few more points. Maybe soon, schools will teach the corresponding phonetic symbols. I don't know. Can it be used to improve spiritual attributes? Ms. Hulu calculated for a while and explained, in theory, It will indeed improve spiritual attributes to a small extent, because the more distracting thoughts a person has, the greater the mental consumption, and the slower the mental value increases. The more determined a person's will is, the purer his life is, and there are not too many troubles, the faster the mental value increases. A study shows that the mental attributes of pure talents are often more likely to reach the bottleneck of human limits. This is because their lifestyle is relatively simple, they spend more time using their brain power, and their mental consumption is less. According to the data given by the extraterritorial civilization, a single breakthrough of the spiritual bottleneck can increase the lifespan by about 2 times that of the physical level. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. In other words, if you break through the physical level, you can live to 300 years old. If you break through the spiritual level, you can live to 500 years old. If you think about it carefully, it is quite normal. After all, breaking through the spiritual level is much more difficult than breaking through the physical level. This is a very interesting conclusion, which means that if great scientists break through the spiritual bottleneck, they will not die of old age so easily. Obviously, not only the internet went crazy, but even the staff of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau were also very happy. Everyone can learn a spiritual ability for no reason, and the lower limit has been increased. Who doesn't like it? Zhang Yanlong, who specialized in spiritual fire, felt it carefully and asked everyone, "Have you recorded it?" It is indeed an excellent method of clearing the mind. Although it is simple, it is really useful. I have recorded it, Zhang Yanlong said. Try to split the syllables so that everyone can pronounce it more standardly. Our experts are already doing it, but it will take some time. Zhang Yanlong also sighed. The methods of these two deans were really incredible. They were worthy of being the mythical beasts of the old mythological era. It is indeed a blessing for mankind to let them be deans. Only one Lord Shinma looked at the surging public opinion and seemed a little unhappy, because after giving the pure heart Bodhi technique, all its limelight was taken away by the old sheep head. Xiaobei hurriedly comforted it. You have already given a plan to increase the breathing technique by 6%, which is also a huge gift. Xiaobei, if the efficiency is doubled again, it will not be easy to surpass the old sheep head. You see, there are still many people praising you. The stinky stone snorted and fell into thought with some pride. It's in a hurry. This is a crazy sleepless night. The grand opening ceremony is over. It seems that within one day, the Earth civilization has entered a new era. Countless knowledgeable people packed their bags and prepared to go to the 2 research institutes in the western forest to see what's going on. There are also many people who want to travel and visit. Of course, this is impossible. If billions of people around the world come to visit, wouldn't a quiet place for seeking the truth become a tourist attraction? Therefore, those who come here must at least pass the first knowledge quality assessment. Those who can't even pass the first level should not come. This is not a place for you to play. Extra, the inventor of muscle building technique, Sun Taidao, has passed the knowledge assessment. Sun Taidao, who was originally a big celebrity in the small town, has only studied for a few days, but he has a kind of master style. Facing all the students, he said modestly, "Dear students, I will not open the martial arts school. Only after spending a few days in the Great Knowledge Academy did I realize that there are always people better than you. I can actually go further, so I can't waste my time here. I donated half of my property, and the rest is for you. I hope we can meet again in the future." Chapter 387 Talent and Hope. Breaking news, the inventor of Zhangaiquan, Li Guangda, has passed the assessment of the Great Knowledge Institute, and now his whole family has moved there. The public naturally showed great enthusiasm and curiosity for the 2 research institutes that suddenly appeared. Soon, a video released by this folk master, Li Guangda, became a hot search on the internet. My dear friends, I am Li Guangda, the head of Zhangaiquan. I am determined to retire to the mountains and donate most of the money I earn to the Great Knowledge Institute. Don't think I am possessed by a demon. I live very well here and feel an ancient rhythm that fits in with nature, which is also the rhythm that I pursue most in Zhangaiquan. Do you see the group of animals around me? Every day, I keep them company and fish by the lake. There is a kind of tranquility from the bottom of my heart. Most of the friends here are excellent. Everyone has their own strengths. We discuss skills every day, work from sunrise to sunset, and sleep with these animals. Even the insomnia that has troubled me for a long time has been cured. It's really a fairy-like life. The white furry creatures in the video are jumping in the mountains, full of vitality. They are naturally the famous deer shoe descendants. In just 1 month, they became famous on the internet. Sleeping with them can cure insomnia. Li Guangda said in the video, in the past cities, comparison was a common tendency, and competition between people was everywhere, whether intentional or unintentional. We will fall into comparison. There are always conflicts between martial arts schools in order to recruit disciples and for the tuition fees. Even if you are a Buddhist and have no intention of comparison, public opinion forces you to compare, which leads to mental consumption. Too much internal consumption will backfire on yourself, which is why we no longer make progress. However, in our short life, we have thousands of mansions, but only need 6 feet to sleep at night, and we have a lot of wealth but only 3 meals a day. After thinking this through, I can't help but feel enlightened. The bottleneck may be formed in this way. Dear friends, on the 6th day of coming here, I have broken through the level I had always dreamed of, but I have a feeling of not being happy or sad because of things. Only then will I find that paying attention to my inner self and paying attention to my feet is the right way. Internet celebrity, Li Guangda has broken through to become a grandmaster, which has caused another sensation. The tangible huge benefits are indeed very tempting. However, you can't go to these 2 academies just because you want to. If you sneak in just for personal gain or for network traffic, you will be permanently blacklisted, affecting your social credit, and even eating free jail cells and experiencing life on a sewing machine. The government is never soft-hearted on this point. As a result, discussions in bars, restaurants, and on the internet have become a long-term topic, and hot searches have been one after another, and they can't be stopped at all. With the formal establishment of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy, the sparks of ideals have spread all over the world, not only accelerating the development of science and technology, but also changing the ideology of mankind to a certain extent. In the past, money first was a very common criterion for judgment. Judging whether a person is excellent is often how much money he makes a year. If he makes less money, he will definitely fail, and if he makes more money, he will naturally be quite excellent. This kind of judgment standard consumes too much mental energy. But now, if you are selected by the Great Academy of Sciences or the Great Knowledge Academy, you are absolutely excellent. Don't care how much money he makes. Although there are actually very few elites who can really join, a new channel for advancement is here. The presence of 2 super deans in Lao Zhang, the founder of human breathing technique, has already inspired all of humanity. For nearly a month, Zhang Ming has been busy and fulfilled. The huge influence of the 2 super research institutes has allowed him to collect 166 points of space-time tidal energy in just 1 month, almost 5 points a day. It was not until a month later that the influence slowly decreased to 4 points a day. After this, there will be a long tail effect, and it is expected that 500 points of source can be harvested this year. It is definitely a huge harvest. This is also the first time that Zhang Ming has planned and organized to change the development process of human civilization. During the entire process of change, he has some insights in his heart. Human history is like a high-dimensional creature spanning 4-dimensional space and time. The long culture and uninterrupted inheritance form a long-flowing Yangtze River. This Yangtze River is dynamic. The joys, sorrows, loves, hates, and deeds of countless people all constitute part of this long river of history. Killing an entire civilization and cutting off the long river of history, the accumulated kinetic energy and potential energy will be released in an instant, naturally generating a huge scale of space-time tidal energy. Changing history is equivalent to building a dam. Although the energy released is not as huge as killing a civilization, it can bring long-term benefits. 500 points this year, decline next year, only 100, maybe only a few dozen the year after. Hey, but if these super researchers make achievements, maybe there will be fluctuations again. Zhang Ming suddenly had an idea. According to this logic, if I open 100 super research institutes and stimulate mankind every day, won't I become a millionaire soon? The resources he has accumulated can indeed open 100 super research institutes, but there is no need for this. Everything has a marginal effect. 2 research institutes are just the right number on the Earth. Even if the number increases, it will be meaningless. On the other hand, the long river of human civilization can provide almost the limit of short-term kinetic energy. In other words, in the future, even if nothing is done, the reputation of these 2 research institutes alone can accumulate 4 to 5 points of source a year. If you want to be faster, haste makes waste. Unless we open the research institute to other civilizations, we can get more. Human civilization is not prosperous enough, it seems that it is not impossible. After all, we are people of fraternity. It is not impossible to find a civilization that we like and become the god of wealth. Of course, Zhang Ming has no time to do this now, so he is happy 500 points of source can increase 500 points of attributes. It can also be regarded as the price paid for using magic power. As a kind of omnipotent idealistic energy. If you have food in your hands, you will not be panicked. Old Zhang, the results of this batch of assessments are out. Take a look at the specific list. Li Xianfeng's voice woke Zhang Ming from his fantasy. Zhang Ming coughed and took the list. There are really many interesting people in the world, and they have many strange ideas in their heads. He doesn't need to do the first round of professional knowledge assessment. But the second round, the moral ideal assessment, still needs to be a little more careful. The two silver-white statues placed in the conference hall are the heritage he left for the two research institutes. Inside is an instrument made of the small eyes of the space-time worm, which can be used to store and read information. The outside is covered with a layer of silver-white metal material, which is the shape of Bai's and Zuanwu, which really gives enough face to the two deans. After 2 years of development by the personal secretary, the dream test function is basically mature. These days, quite a few excellent candidates have been tested. Li Xianfeng said, for example, the mathematician named Chen, he doesn't really like to teach students, and his temper is not very good. He just wants to study slowly by himself, as long as he is given a computer and draft paper. He doesn't care about food and accommodation. What are the results of the dream test? He was still thinking about math problems in his dreams, and even bumped into a telephone pole when he was walking. His daily life is to grow a kind of vegetable, go fishing, and then indulge in the world of mathematics, unable to extricate himself, so that he looks like a fool. I think women and money will only affect the speed of his sword drawing. Li Xianfeng made an old joke from the past era. There really are such people. It's a good thing to invite them here and have a quiet place to study. Anyway, Zhang Ming himself can't achieve such an achievement, so he can only respect them. He has studied mathematics for so many years and is still a novice. Li Xianfeng added, there are also the two crucible immortals, one with the surname Li and the other with the surname Jin. They want to study room temperature superconductivity. It's incredible, isn't it? Since the appearance of Pandora's crystal, no one is willing to study room temperature superconductivity. Everyone wants to study supernatural superconductivity. The results of the dream test for these two guys are also very good. I hope they can succeed. If room temperature superconductivity is successfully developed, Pandora's crystal will not have such a big gap, and it will only become a high-end material. Li Xianfeng sighed, but this is difficult. Anyway, even if we don't find room temperature superconductivity, it's always good to find new materials. Materials science is boring and difficult to produce results. There are also the compilers of the rune dictionary. There are about 36 common runes currently used in industry, all of which are samples provided by Honggang people. But there are many variant runes, and the number is simply endless. They can also come in handy in certain occasions. At this point, even Li Xianfeng himself was somewhat impressed. They want to compile a corresponding variant rune dictionary for people to query. It really takes a lifetime of effort, but there is no way to get any monetary benefits. But as long as they complete a small half, even 1/10, it will be a great merit. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. It is true. There are many meaningful works for all mankind, but they are not profitable to individuals, and they can't make much money. In the impetuous social atmosphere, few people are willing to do these things that require long-term persistence. Now, he is willing to provide these people with a quiet platform, provide food, accommodation and income, as well as a high social status. These people are naturally willing to come. Chapter 388 10 years later. Also, several doctors in Union Hospital are good, but they still want to stay in the hospital and continue their work. After all, we don't have many patients here, but they want to participate in some academic conferences. In addition, there is the spiritual language research team, which is officially organized by humans and does not require us to pay for the funds. It is equivalent to a cooperative project between the Great Knowledge Institute and the government, so the test requirements will be slightly lower. Zhang Ming laughed. I also know some spiritual language. Do you want me to be a teacher? When he was on Turtle Island, he learned some spiritual language, all of which were just the basics and could not learn in-depth content. As a strong idealistic rule, humans may only be able to learn the basics, but the basics are enough. As for the results of the dream test, they are divided into 3 levels, A, B, And see, the geniuses just mentioned are all Class A. Looking at the entire human civilization, they are rare. Only a few hundred are selected in a month. There are more Class B, experts and scholars who were originally successful. These people no longer need to seek wealth. They value the precious materials here and the opportunity to communicate with the two deans. They only seek a reputation that will last forever. This is also normal. People live their lives without seeking profit, but they must ask for a little fame. It is impossible to ask that everyone is a saint. They are the backbone of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy, and they can take on some management and research duties. As for Class C personnel, they will show different mentalities in different environments. In places with bright lights and wine, they may be tempted and degenerate, but if they are in a place with a strong academic atmosphere and generally clean, they are quite upright and can work hard for their ideals. The number of Class C talents is the largest, and part-time jobs are basically not allowed. If you go to work somewhere else, don't stay here. The Class C result of the dream test is also the minimum standard for the Great Academy of Sciences and Great Knowledge Academy to recruit personnel. The lower Class D, the utilitarianism is too strong, that is really not allowed, it will destroy the purity of the academic atmosphere. We worked so hard to make such a big battle, isn't it just to create the atmosphere of a holy place on earth? So after a busy month, they only recruited more than 8,000 people. The number is indeed a little less. According to the original scale design, the two colleges can accommodate 200,000 high-quality talents, covering all aspects of natural sciences and supernatural sciences. Now there are 8,000 people, which is only 4% of the recruitment, which is not enough. Old Zhang, you think too simply. We are now poaching people from universities and high-tech companies. Even if those professors are willing to put down their current work and resign directly, they still have to go through the resignation procedures. It takes time for the earth to cultivate talents. If 200,000 geniuses are withdrawn at once, wouldn't all these universities be paralyzed? So we can only take it slowly. Li Xianfang waved his hand and smiled bitterly. What's more, smart people will always wait and see first to see whether we are reliable. As time goes by, they will be relieved. Zhang Ming accepted this statement and smiled. What about Shi Tao? Is he easy to get along with? Li Xianfeng immediately complained. That stinky Shi Tao is not as good as his grandson. I am in contact with Xiaobei every day now. I might as well let his grandson be the dean. Anyway, Xiaobei also knows the Zhuanwu breathing technique. Who also knows the Zhuanwu breathing technique? Let him compete with me. The questioning voice of Lady Shima was heard in the corridor. The bitch is now powerful and values her reputation very much, making her act like a real master. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about your grandson. Turning his head again, he found that Li Xianfeng had slipped out of the office. The past month has indeed been very busy, but the achievements are also quite great. The system construction and preliminary talent selection have been completed. Next, just operate step by step. He sighed silently. Building a civilization is more long-standing than destroying a civilization. But it's too troublesome and too tiring. No wonder the demon god would rather destroy than build. After all, the number of civilizations is as many as ants on the ground, but my mother civilization is only this one. Zhang Ming looked out the window and looked into the distance. The stars in the sky twinkled. According to astrology, ominous signs in the starry sky have occurred frequently recently, or a major disaster is brewing. Several people who are proficient in divination have given corresponding hints. I don't know when the terrible disaster will spread. For a civilization, decades are just a blink of an eye. In the dark, the space-time tidal energy coming from all directions seemed to make him jump over the long river of time and glimpse the golden age of the future. And the huge darkness that is so deep that it cannot be seen and has no end. Compared with this darkness, human civilization is just a small firefly in the universe, an almost negligible existence. But the small firefly is also a fire that illuminates the darkness. Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. Human beings, hurry up and develop. Year after year, with the help of a large amount of materials and money, the two super research institutes have produced some large and small results since the first year of their establishment. But it is always a little short of the epoch-making great results that can promote all mankind. Of course, it is not to say that experts and scholars do not work hard, but that scientific research does not change with the will of human beings, especially the will of leaders. Either it is a slow accumulation, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, or it is a genius who suddenly appears and promotes the development of the discipline. So Zhang Ming was not in a hurry. He just faithfully acted as his own god of wealth and maintained the academic atmosphere. He didn't need to meddle in other things. As long as there was soil, geniuses would eventually appear. Soon, 10 years passed. Ha ha ha. It's true. My guess is correct. In the room of Professor Falting and the Lingai research team, the whole room was filled with light and shadow stones, draft paper, recorders, and various miscellaneous strange objects and measuring instruments. It was simply impossible to stand. There was also a descendant of Lu Shu lying on the ground, chewing radishes in ecstasy. This top scholar, who was born with the dual abilities of soul resonance and super thinking, is the core member of the entire research team. As an important part of the human reinforcement plan, he deeply knows the importance of spiritual language. Once popularized, it will bring earth-shaking changes to the entire human civilization. But it's difficult. How to divide the spiritual language into language that humans can understand, how to formulate phonetic symbols and syllables, has become a huge problem. It has been stuck for 10 years. And now, a sudden flash of inspiration made the middle-aged man dance with joy and smile. With a sixth sense unique to researchers, he was sure that this time, it was definitely the right path. Hey, men, I found the phonetic symbols of the spiritual language. As humans have developed, we have the opportunity to use the spiritual language. Ha ha ha, do you know what this means? Professor Falting's eyes were red, and he shouted in the spiritual language, men. Let's run together. The descendants of the deer who were chewing radishes seemed to understand something, and stared at him with a pair of eyes. Then, it stood up from the ground, carrying the professor on its back, and ran wildly in the Great Knowledge Institute. The research team worked hard for more than 2 months. After sorting out the specific phonetic symbols, an epoch-making research result appeared. From the above arguments, it can be seen that the so-called spiritual language can be decomposed into 426 different syllables. If it is recorded in words, it is probably the following table, which is much more complicated than human language. It is a special ability based on the soul. Through the resonance of the soul, it can trigger the resonance of a certain strong idealistic rule and further convey the meaning you want to express. Therefore, it is not very meaningful to simply use the throat to read the corresponding syllables. It must have the resonance of the soul to work. We have already explored certain rules. Through microcurrent, we can stimulate the resonance of our own souls and then smoothly speak the corresponding standard spiritual language. Therefore, people with insufficient soul strength can easily fall into a state of extreme fatigue when using spiritual language. The speaker on the stage was the famous expert, Professor Falting. The people in the audience were whispering, "Is this self-electrotherapy?" Facing the people who were listening attentively, Professor Falting smiled and said, "Why can ordinary people only master a few simple syllables no matter how much they study? It is because their soul strength is far from enough to organize that complex language. Every time you organize a sentence of your own language, it is equivalent to opening up a new world in the wilderness. The difficulty is undoubtedly extremely great, and it is not something that ordinary people's soul strength can accomplish, but if you imitate what your predecessors said, it will be much easier. So here, I must thank the 2 deans. Without these 2 guides, perhaps we will never be able to crack the mystery. Now I will show you the specific research results." Professor Falting took out a pair of high-tech products in the shape of headphones, activated the microcurrent in it, and greeted everyone in spiritual language. "Hello, I am Falting. I like this place and everything here." The mysterious language and complex syllables were conveyed to everyone's heart. I actually understood it. Every word in this passage was taken from the past words of the 2 deans, and then was reassembled after being split up. We cannot generate overly complex artistic conceptions, but we have been able to complete the initial translation function through spiritual language. Any civilization, as long as they have the corresponding concepts in their minds, can communicate through the spiritual language translation mechanism. Some animals with considerable intelligence can also communicate in spiritual language. Chapter 389: Technological Advances That Changed the World. This research result is so great that it shocked everyone in the conference hall. Even Zhang Ming himself was very excited. He had studied for so many years, but he only knew a few of the simplest sentences. Well, this is really difficult, just like doing math problems. Who can stand it if you have to do a math problem every time you say a sentence? Especially after he got a personal secretary, he was even more lazy to learn. because the personal secretary's racial value was much higher than him. But for humans, even if they need to do a million math problems to say a spiritual language, it is acceptable, because humans have supercomputers to assist in solving problems. Pa pa pa, warm applause rang out in the conference hall. Lord Shimmo was naturally very arrogant, and said nothing, pretending to be a master. Although this professor is a scholar of the Great Knowledge Academy, it also played a role. Professor Falting on the stage made a gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "The function of spiritual language is naturally not just translation, but more importantly, it is to impart knowledge and inspire wisdom. The expressive ability of human language is very lacking. Now, I will use spiritual language to impart knowledge to everyone." With the help of the computer, he stumbled and said some complex syllables, and then cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, and his whole face turned red and purple. Humans actually do not have the ability to organize such a complex spiritual language. This section of language was taught by Byzant, and then humans simply repeated it. If you want to organize complex languages by yourself, you have to master strong rules and become a supernatural person. But just repeating is enough. A mysterious feeling appeared in people's minds. People saw a green bamboo standing on the edge of the cliff, growing hard in the wind and sun. Suddenly, dark clouds pressed down on the city, and heavy rain poured down. The bamboo on the edge of the cliff struggled to support, as if it might fall down at any time. However, in the next moment, the clouds split open, revealing the blue sky behind, and the sun shone down. At the same time, a contagious narration appeared in the depths of his mind. Hold on to the green mountains and never let go. The roots are originally in the broken rocks. Thousands of blows are still strong, no matter the east, west, south, north or south winds. Zhang Ming gradually came back to his senses and smiled. This is a very simple spiritual ability, called bamboo and stone. The function is to strengthen one's own will and break some temptations. Led by Zhang Ming, many masters of the spiritual system have jointly studied for 5 years to create a unique spiritual ability. It is also the first spiritual ability created by humans. For example, the pure heart Bodhi technique was given by Old Man Byzant, not created by humans, while bamboo and stone is self-created and has traces to follow, and the gap between them is not small. Even with this bamboo and stone ability, people's personalities will change imperceptibly and become more jealous of evil. The ability to change ideology is a civilization heritage. But it is difficult to teach it to others. The teaching of spiritual abilities can be done through dreams, but it is impossible for everyone in the world to touch the crystal ball, right? That would be a scale of billions of people. And the crystal ball would be bald. Moreover, it is impossible to learn it in one go. For example, the pure heart Bodhi technique broadcast by Old Sheephead can only be learned by one genius in 100,000 in one go. More people have to learn it many times before they can learn it slowly. The current spiritual language teaching method has made up for the gap. Sure enough, after the warm applause, a large number of reporters were shocked by this ability and asked various questions. Professor, how many times do you need to learn this new spiritual ability? Will it profoundly change the ideology of mankind? Will spiritual language trigger the next industrial revolution? I think the potential for development is really too great. Can it be used to teach mathematics and physics? Can it improve students' comprehensive grades? Everyone, asked questions one by one. Professor Falting, dizzy and swollen, but with a flushed face, went to answer the reporters. Zhang Ming left the venue and took a look. The first batch of teachers who followed Dean Byzant to learn spiritual language together had a total of about 5,000 people. Including the two girls he liked very much, Zhang Yuyu and Lin Yuyu. All of them were Lingyu interns in this batch. Zhang Yuyu saw that the old ancestor was watching outside the window, and she quickly smiled, brushed her short hair, and said a lip language, "This is so difficult, uncle. Dean Byzant is so serious, and Dean Shimama is even more fierce." Zhang Ming's eyes glared. "Nonsense, of course it has to be fierce. This thing can only be easily learned by people with strong innate soul power. You have eaten so many lobsters of mine, so just learn it honestly. This is a new generation of technological revolution, the forefront of technology. If you can't learn it, don't blame me for not recognizing my relatives." As a chess player who promotes the progress of the times, Zhang Ming cursed arrogantly. Of course, the two girls are also very hard-working people, otherwise they would have lost the favor of the uncle long ago. After walking forward for more than 100 meters, Zhang Ming came to another science and technology exhibition hall. The report project in this exhibition hall, in theory, the influence of this project is even greater than the Lingai report conference next door. Human Systematic Breakthrough Project. Back then, Zhang Ming returned from the Sea of Demons and gave a small gift, a few dream seeds, which helped the 2S-level masters break through the bottleneck and made them masters. If this technology can be popularized among the people, it will definitely save all living beings and have a brilliant influence. It's just a pity that the difficulty of dream seeds lies in the fact that they need to be tailored to each person's physique. After all, everyone's physique is a little different. Even if Ms. Hulu overclocks her CPU every day, it is impossible to tailor all human beings one by one. So with the efforts of a large number of experts, the Human Systematic Breakthrough Project came out. This famous professor named Hong Kwangxin believes that although the human physique is complex, it always remains the same, and it is impossible to get out of the scope of human beings. As long as the breakthrough methods of most people are collected and the amount of data is sufficient, the younger generations will always be able to find a method that suits them, and then experience the feeling of breakthrough through spiritual language and imitate the path taken by their predecessors. This is a very interesting and intuitive idea. The only difficulty is that the workload is too damn huge. All human body data must be stored and sorted through dream seeds, or spiritual language, so that it can be easily queried. The best dream masters can customize a dream seed in a few months, which is already the top speed. Even if the Academy of Sciences includes 50% of the world's dream masters, it is still far from enough. So the heavy pressure is piled on the omnipotent Miss Gord. She can speak spiritual language and weave dream seeds. She doesn't need to sleep. Her work efficiency can be described as 1 against 10,000. Here we need to sincerely thank Ms. Hulu for her great contribution. We also thank the Lingayu team next door for providing a new learning model for all mankind. The completion rate of the project has reached more than 50% in just 10 years. It is expected that in another 10 years, we will be able to collect most of the data. The research on the remaining rare constitutions may take some time. Fortunately, those are not popular, Professor Hong said on the stage with a red face. About 10 years later, using the ability of blood coagulation regeneration constitution, the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck of the physical body will be reduced to 1/10 of the original. In other words, the number of grandmasters may increase by an order of magnitude. An order of magnitude is 10 times. This news can really be described as shocking, so much so that there is no reporter in the lecture hall. Yes, there is not a single reporter. This news is completely confidential. A group of the highest levels of human civilization, leaders of various countries, generals of the military, etc., are quietly listening in the room, with different expressions, or whispering, or falling into deep thought. Some are happy, and some are worried. Zhang Yanlong smiled bitterly and said with emotion, "This technology is naturally excellent. The road paved by the predecessors does not need to be worked hard by the descendants. It is really the progress of the times, and the road of cultivation is getting wider and wider. Most of the people present are strong. How many of them have not been stuck by bottlenecks? Even Zhang Ming, a genius, was stuck by the bottleneck for more than a year." Another general said, "The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. If the master-level master has bad intentions, the harm caused is really too great. I even think that the current human beings, from the spiritual level, are not worthy of this technology." This is true. S-level masters only have 200 attributes. The master may expand to 1,000 or 2,000 attributes. The difficulty of control is not of the same order of magnitude. But no matter what, humans can't stop eating because of choking. Like the world of Honggang people, there are masters everywhere. There are 3 national masters on an expedition ship, and dozens of grandmasters. Humans need to catch up with Honggang people and must overcome these social difficulties. There are some ways to control it. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and said, "First, this thing must be in our hands, and those who want to use it need to be reviewed. Of course, it's not that I don't trust you. Such huge interests, as long as they are handled by people. Corruption is likely to occur, so we still have to find some procedural systems. For example, similar to the dream assessment of the Academy of Sciences, if the moral quality does not pass, you can only veto it. The standard should not be too high. Just don't do evil in the dream. I think this should be easy to achieve. Not doing evil, that is the minimum requirement. Second point, we should issue more spiritual abilities similar to bamboo and stone that can subtly change temperament. Perhaps it can reduce the crime rate." Chapter 390. I hope the changes in humanity will be more drastic. Zhang Yanlong nodded and smiled. Indeed, there is almost no crime among the learners of the pure heart Bodhi technique. A general mentality of being happy and healthy has emerged. With the promulgation of the new ability bamboo stone and the promotion of spiritual language, the crime rate should drop a lot. It is really a groundbreaking project. I even think that we can create more spiritual abilities so that civilians can customize their personalities. If you want a will as strong as steel, then practice bamboo stone. His personality will naturally move in that direction. Otherwise, the effect of practice will be very poor. Can we continue to create more abilities to make people cheerful and full of action, or to make people regain curiosity, firm willpower, etc.? With the help of these abilities, ordinary people will be able to customize their personalities. Who doesn't want to become a better self? These words are full of reverie. The most powerful heaven-level ability is only possessed by one person and cannot be passed on to each other, so the influence it brings is limited. However, these simple and easy-to-learn spiritual abilities can subtly and silently change the entire human world. Think about it, if everyone can customize their personality through learning ability, most of the gray areas in society will be eliminated. Otherwise, if the mental internal consumption is too great, your practice will be hindered. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of the blue crystal pillar. After uploading the feces lover ability, he was identified as the civilization heritage level. At that time, he sneered, the loopholes left by the blue crystal were too big. But now I find that this ability to change the thinking pattern is really the civilization heritage, and it is his own ignorance. Don't talk about freedom and the like. What kind of personality you want to customize is your own choice. The government will not force it. Being able to become a better self is the greatest freedom. After discussing these, Zhang Ming left very excitedly. In the past 10 years, he has gained about 800 points of source, of which 500 points were obtained in the first year, and the subsequent ones gradually became slow, and in the past year there were less than 10 points. But this year, with the promotion of Lingayu technology and the improvement of the systematic breakthrough project for human physical bottleneck, it is conceivable that space-time tidal energy will usher in a new round of explosive growth. Moreover, this is a substantial scientific and technological achievement, a crystallization of wisdom that every civilian can enjoy, and its influence is absolutely unprecedented. So Zhang Ming was in a happy mood and had begun to look forward to a huge harvest. Quick, help me calculate how much space-time tidal energy can be obtained from these two super projects. Okay, I'm calculating. If human civilization can maintain the current total population, the long-term influence of these two technologies will be more than 1,000 years. The long-term space-time tidal energy produced each year averages 10 to 20 standard units. On the whole, you can obtain 10,020,000 world sources within 1,000 years. In the short term of 20 years, I think it will be 1,200 standard units. So, in another 20 years, there will be 2,000 units of source. The entire Earth has less than 8,000 world sources. Zhang Ming laughed. To be honest, he has not made much progress in terms of strength over the years, and is in a huge bottleneck. The only gain is these space-time tidal energies. As the highest energy unit, source can be converted into permanent attributes. From this point of view, 2,000 points of attributes, it seems not too bad. More importantly, these sources can help him control the third magic god rule. Zhang Ming estimated that at least 3,000 points of source are needed to have a chance. Miss Gord said faintly, "Can you stop rubbing me? Don't you think I have made a great contribution? I bask in the sun and the moon every day, but squeeze out space-time tidal energy. Every day, my CPU is overclocked and smokes, but you are leisurely playing games, and then you rub the poor little gourd and enjoy the flattery of others. It's really a proud life." Zhang Ming was immediately happy. This guy was playing games happily every day, but now he said that his CPU was overclocked and smoked. Of course, he couldn't offend his personal secretary, so he quickly said, "How about this? I'll give you all the sources. After all, you did play a key role. I'll give you all the profits. Is that okay? I'll make you proud of your life." The little guard's happiness value was immediately maxed out, and white mist came out, and he said arrogantly, "Humph, human, you seem to be sincere and want me to keep your property, but I don't want your things. Although I'm very poor, I'm still a little richer than you. You should keep them for yourself, human. Don't think 2,000 is a lot. You should know that destroying a powerful technological civilization with billions of people will get at least tens of thousands of space-time tidal energy, and at most hundreds of thousands. You don't have enough. What do you want to do next?" I will find a way to help you realize any wish you have. You don't need to do anything, it's enough in a short time, don't be too anxious, take a rest. Zhang Ming laughed. I can already foresee that the human race in the future will be a good civilization. Although there are still many drawbacks that have not been solved, there is always a vibrant side. Human potential is being released in all directions, new knowledge is born every day. We are a holy place in the eyes of many people. I am considering whether to allow children to visit. After all, the academic atmosphere here is so wonderful. The environment affects personality. Maybe staying here for a few days will benefit them for life, but there are too many people. There may be tens of millions of children born every year. You can't arrange so many children here. Otherwise, this place will become a kindergarten. Yes, so I'm just considering it, and I'm still thinking of a more reasonable plan, Zhang Ming added. In the future, everyone can choose the ability that suits them to shape their own personality, and they can also have a little ideal of their own. This change in the underlying mechanism is really full of imagination, and it makes people a little unimaginable. Then when everything on Earth is done, I have to set off again and go to the Demon Sea. There are still many important things waiting for me to do. I have been uneasy recently, as if some kind of great terror is slowly happening in the distance. Baiza and Shimama have similar feelings. We must think of a way to prepare for a rainy day. Ms. Hulu listened quietly. Anyway, no matter where Zhang Ming went, she could only follow. Li Xianfeng is studying nuclear-powered supersonic space planes. I just allocated some new materials. As long as enough time is given, the research and development problems should not be too big. Zhang Ming fully enjoyed the happiness of being the god of wealth. Human civilization is thriving and getting rid of some old constraints. It is not only a stable supply of space-time tidal energy, but also can provide him with great help. I also want to go and see the turtles on the Turtle Island and see the situation of the Honggang people. If the disaster really spreads, the future of the Zuanwu clan may not be optimistic. I can't sit idly by. This is also a fact. People like Honggang, humans, and snake people have the ability to mobilize to resist disasters, and they are constantly preparing for a rainy day and strengthening their own world. The leisurely turtles can only leave it to fate. The Zuanwu world is not strong. The accumulated world source is only 500 or 600. If the disaster spreads, this accumulation will be consumed and they will be extinct. So when the aerospace plane is developed, Zhang Ming is ready to start again. If it is really possible to dig a time and space tunnel in the future, first dig through the Zuanwu world, and then let the turtles take refuge here. The above is my 30-year plan. Complete it within 30 years. Zhang Ming opened his hands, as if he was hugging something. I hope that the changes in human beings in the future will be more violent than I imagined. Chapter 391. 30 Years of Golden Age. Time passes year after year. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed again. At the beginning of the new year, with snowflakes falling from the sky, the earth is covered with silver, the vast mountains and forests are covered with white snow, and the houses and mountains are covered with silver. The cold wind of winter did not extinguish people's fiery hearts. In the streets and alleys, young men and women ran out to celebrate the new year. Many people were making snowballs in the square, enjoying the rare innocent childish fun. As for the various columns on television and the internet, the then Speaker of the Parliament, a middle-aged man with a serious look, was delivering an important speech. Friends, comrades, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy. It is also the 191st year that mankind has entered the supernatural era. The changes in the past 30 years can be said to be obvious to all. With the help of various heart source flow abilities, the number of superpower crimes has dropped by 87.6%, which is a very remarkable number. It also means that we have finally completed the real transformation of the modern superpower era at the level of social ideology and completed the real leap in the form of civilization. The past era is not the real modern superpower era. More and more people are agreeing with this view. Why? Because in the past many people could not control their desires and felt that they were superior to others because they were stronger than others. Their bodies are indeed superpowers, but their brains and thinking are still stuck in the past, which is only a little better than monkeys who have mastered power. As a result, various violent crimes naturally breed. In some remote areas, the proportion of superpower criminals has reached 90 people per 100,000 people, which can almost be said to be a place like Venezuela in the old days. However, now, with the help of the heart flow ability, people can better control their behavior, Social morality has been further improved, and social order has improved in all aspects. The change of spiritual level is really more difficult than the improvement of material. In the past 30 years, the abundance of material conditions has led to a significant increase in the number of talents. Friends, let us review the 191-year supernatural journey. A long, long time ago, 160 years ago, there were only 10,000 soldiers with comprehensive A-level abilities. There are only 1 or 2,000 S-level soldiers. Such a small number of strong men have to face the entire sea of demons. 800 years ago, with the untold hardships of our ancestors, they obtained more resources from the sea of demons, which increased the number of S-level masters to 30,000. 30 years ago, with a continuous accumulation of time, the number of S-level masters rose to 100,000, and today, do you know how many S-level masters there are? 1 million. Please remember this epoch-making milestone. In just 30 years, the number of S-level masters has increased by 900,000, and will continue to grow in the future. This is indeed a long and arduous 191-year long-distance civilization marathon. Even Zhang Ming was excited when he heard it. After all, he truly witnessed it all and even personally promoted the subsequent 30 years. S-level is the first level to become a truly powerful person. From the original extremely high difficulty of 1 in a million, which was entirely dependent on personal qualifications, to the current 1 in 1,000, the difficulty has dropped by 4 orders of magnitude. It is not that people's qualifications have improved, nor that the ancient times are not as good as today, but that civilization has developed, and people now enjoy the dividends of the times. The middle-aged man on the TV screen paused for a few seconds, and then said in a rhythmic voice, "In the past 30 years, we have also achieved great success in scientific and technological development, foreign civilization diplomacy and environmental protection. It can be said responsibly that the past 30 years have been the era of biology. We can finally shout out this slogan with justification. The breeding of aquatic organisms and terrestrial mutant animals and plants has improved our quality of life and our life expectancy. In the future, there will be more biological materials with magical properties. Our trade with the snake civilization has achieved unprecedented success. The snake civilization provides us with 2 billion eggs of golden ape chickens at preferential prices every year. This is a huge scale of civilized trade and the material basis for the enthusiasm of human talents. We have gradually eliminated various diseases. Cancer, the natural enemy of mankind, has finally been conquered. Treating most cancers is as simple as treating a cold. Here we must thank the existence of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy. The expert teams there have really put in a lot of effort. In addition, 3D organ cloning has also gradually matured, giving people with disabilities a better rehabilitation option. In terms of environmental protection, turtles with the blood of Xuanwu have appeared in major lakes and rivers, and are well received by the general public. The cute turtles have become a beautiful landscape in many nature reserves. Human breathing techniques are derived from Xuanwu breathing techniques. Practicing with descendants of Xuanwu will increase efficiency, which has been confirmed by scientists. Harmonious coexistence between man and nature is the main theme of our time. After hearing this, Zhang Ming couldn't help but pinch his nose. Shima's face is too big. Practicing with descendants of Xuanwu, efficiency bonus and the like, seems to be a little bit. But it is also very small, equivalent to nothing. The emergence of this statement is mainly to prevent some people with bad intentions from slaughtering turtles for meat. Although Lord Shima doesn't really care about the life and death of these descendants, it has already selected the best turtles. But humans still have to give some face, right? The voice on the TV became louder. So, friends, on this New Year's Eve, in the 191st year of our human beings entering the supernatural era, let us cheer to our heart's content. Humanity will become even more powerful in the future. It seemed as if there were really warm cheers coming from all over the Pangu continent. Of course, no matter how high Zhang Ming's perception was, he could not monitor the entire world. He felt this through Gaia consciousness. Judging from the extremely high growth rate of Gaia consciousness on Earth, these 30 years are indeed an unprecedented golden age for Earth civilization. With the rapid development of science and technology, people's comprehensive sense of happiness is very high. Even the small tree owned by Zhang Ming has also grown vigorously. It is now more than 1 person tall and has grown a total of 16 leaves. Zhang Ming connected to Gaia on Earth and joked, "Ahem, if you must thank me, just give me a snowflake. You should know how much I have contributed. A snowflake is not too much. I am very useful. Maybe in a while, I will leave the Earth. After a few seconds, the always cold ice crystal tree on Mount Everest really responded. It was willing to contribute a snowflake. That was the first snowflake that Gaia consciousness had nurtured since its birth. It gradually became substantial from its original illusory form. It was a snowflake that had been nurtured for more than 180 years, and was completely different from the ordinary snowflakes that matured in 20 years. From the size of the snowflake, it was as big as a palm, and it was emitting blue light around it. Zhang Ming's heart moved, and he hurriedly said, "No, no, no, you continue to nurture it, I'm not leaving yet, but I can't stay on Earth forever, and you don't want to keep me. I have done everything I should do, the next thing can be done by humans themselves." Gaia consciousness stopped the action of materialization, and the snowflake gradually became illusory and hid. Zhang Ming can take it away at any time. Old Zhang looked at the sky in the distance, thinking in his heart, when Li Xianfang has done a thorough study and accumulated more space-time tidal energy, I can consider integrating the third rule of the demon god. The third rule, the excavation of space-time tunnels, is already the core rule of the demon god space-time worm, and it must bear huge risks. It is best to combine the three seals of snowflake seal, gossip seal and leaf seal completely to resist the crazy invasion of the devil's rules. This is an extremely complex task. Even if Li Xianfeng has gathered hundreds of top experts and a large number of supercomputers around the world, it still takes time and opportunity to get the ideal results. Of course, Zhang Ming is not in a hurry. He even has the leisure time to open a small restaurant in the center of the two research institutes, called Big Rice Bucket Restaurant. His dream. Occasionally, he will invite some predestined people to come in and have a meal, free of charge. Over time, the reputation of the Big Rice Bucket Restaurant has gradually spread. Well, in fact, he doesn't have much time to cook. It's really too busy. He has done a lot of things over the years. The most important work is to create the Heart Source Flow Method. Heart Source Flow Method is a spiritual ability framework unique to humans. It integrates the various mysterious and strange arts given by Zhao, Zhang Yanlong's soul fire, and Zhang Ming gives various strange and weird spiritual abilities such as lightning ability, rotten lover, and feces lover. Its main purpose is to explore the true meaning of the spiritual world and achieve further breakthroughs. As the saying goes, there must be a teacher among three people. Zhang Ming does not think that he does not need to learn anything from the earthlings. Theoretically, after breaking through the limit of the spirit and becoming a transcendent, his attributes can indeed break through the human upper limit of 12,000 points. But there is no breakthrough now. Because whether it is King Kong or lightning alienation, it is almost this value, and there is no way to continue to improve the realm. This is because the limit of the heavenly ability is about 12,000 points, and there seems to be no natural heavenly ability in the world. As for the magical powers mastered by Zhang Ming, whether it is Burning Soul or Eye of Time and Space, to be honest, it seems too strange, and does not belong to any of the physique, perception and spirit, and cannot assist in breakthroughs. So he was stuck in this inexplicable bottleneck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 3 Great Achievements. There are two ways to break through the current bottleneck. The first is to use the blood of the beast to strengthen oneself, which is the conventional path of the vast civilization. Although Zhang Ming has swallowed the rules of the demon god, this path does not necessarily mean that he cannot go. The second way is to fully understand the principles of various abilities and use some unique technologies to create them artificially. Since the upper limit of the heavenly ability is 12,000 points, isn't it enough to create an ability that is even more powerful than the heavenly ability? Therefore, this ambitious plan is the Heart Source Flow Method. Well, even if the power of all mankind is gathered, several national scholars who cultivate the fire of the soul, Zhang Ming, Bai Zan, a large number of research experts, a large number of supercomputers, and a private secretary, such a luxurious research lineup, some things are still difficult. Of course, it does not mean that there are no results. The spiritual abilities such as bamboo and stone technique, righteousness decision, and Nanshan quotations can subtly change the character, stimulate subjective initiative, and greatly benefit human civilization. It can be regarded as losing in the mulberry and gain in the east. Especially the righteousness art, after internal evaluation, is considered a yellow-level spiritual ability, which has the effect of clearing distracting thoughts and strengthening oneself, and can also be used to help break through spiritual bottlenecks. As long as you use the spiritual language formula, you can learn the righteousness art. It is also the most widely learned spiritual ability of mankind so far. In addition, the second major event is that the Great Academy of Sciences has also completed the improvement of breathing techniques. With the help of Shimama, the efficiency of human breathing techniques has increased by 40%, and then it has once again fallen into a bottleneck. The true essence of breathing techniques does require a large tortoise shell. Without a tortoise shell and without the blood of the basalt, the limit is probably this. But no matter what, the 40% increase is also an achievement that is so big that it is unimaginable. Combined with the various formulas in the heart source flow method, the talent base of mankind has already seen a blowout. Even the number of national scholars has begun to increase significantly. In the past, it was basically one every 10 years, either with the help of King Kong or by forcibly igniting the fire of the soul to break through the spiritual level. Now, with the heart source flow method, the number is steadily increasing at a rate of 1 every 2 or 3 years. Although these national masters are all weak national masters, with each attribute less than 1,000, they still have the foundation. After the breakthrough, they can also be modified. As for the third thing, it is naturally the experts and scholars who have produced a lot of strange and bizarre outputs. For a full 30 years, a large number of precious resources can be used as scientific research materials at will. Even if these experts are all pig brains, they can still make some knowledge. Therefore, over the past 30 years, the output of large and small has exceeded 100,000. Let's not talk about all kinds of miscellaneous things for the time being. The most important one is the superalloy material made by the two crucible immortals after 20 years of experiments, which almost shocked the world. In this age that belongs exclusively to biological organisms, it is really too difficult for physics to make achievements. The importance of superalloy materials is self-evident. The performance of various machines can be comprehensively improved, and the application of super batteries and magnetic levitation technology has gradually matured. In addition, the team led by Li Xianfeng has also made breakthrough progress in the unique technology of Snowflake. The first ability of Snowflake is Absolute Zero, which can be used in industrial production. The second ability is indeed a unique seal. It can create an irregular force field, in which all abilities in the force field will be invalidated, and then frozen to achieve the effect of sealing. Therefore, the unique weapon currently developed by humans is a sealed frozen beam. The scientific name is super freezing laser. When the super freezing laser hits the target, it will make it unable to stimulate its ability and enter a state of temporary disability. And the movement speed of this weapon is the speed of light. Even a superhuman like Zhang Ming cannot react. Of course, the cost of a freezing laser transmitter is too high. It is too wasteful to use it as a weapon. It is more used to seal some things that are not easy to preserve. In other words, it is a super production room without any idealistic interference. This kind of production room is quite precious and can effectively improve the purity of the material. Even in the exchange of civilizations, it is one of the best trade resources. For example, in trade with the snake people, 20 billion golden ape chicken eggs can be exchanged for a super production room. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming made a phone call. Li Xianfeng, how are you doing? Don't work overtime. You have to have dinner at my place on the first day of the new year. It's the old rule. I'm waiting for you. Who is it? So annoying. You have to urge me even during the new year, Li Xianfeng replied impatiently, and then he realized that it was the god of wealth who came. He quickly responded on the phone, I have only spent 1/3 of the materials you gave me last month. They keep tempting me and I can't stop at all. Can I not come for dinner? Zhang Ming said unhappily. Comrade Wang Zhexun, don't I suddenly? If you don't come, I can't give you the next batch. I'll come. Wang Zhexun. Li Xianfeng muttered on the phone. It's agreed that scientists don't have to toast to the leaders at the dinner table. Why do you, Zhang Ming, have to let me toast? Damn it, I'm the one toasting you at the dinner table. You are the leader and my creditor. I have to pay you as soon as you reach out, Zhang Ming said even more unhappily. Then, the two of them laughed at the same time. Li Xianfeng said, the aerospace plane you want is almost ready. You can come and receive it after the construction starts after the new year. That would be great. Do you want to go to the Sea of Demons together, me? Forget it. I'm not as adventurous as you are. It's good like this now. To be honest, I don't want to leave the laboratory at all, god of wealth. Okay, then you stay in the laboratory for the rest of your life. After hanging up the phone, he heard someone talking in the corridor from afar. It was another old friend of his. Wang Fumin. Don't think too much. Follow me, Master Shimama, to practice with that tortoise shell on your back. In another 200 years, you will reach the limit of the spirit. Although you can't compare with that monster Zhang Ming, but looking at the Sea of Demons, a 400-year-old person who has reached the limit of the spirit can also be considered an outstanding level. The voice of the slave Shi Tao came from afar. Zhang Ming smiled. It seemed that the guests had arrived. Lao Wen complained, Mr. Shimama, the tortoise shell you provided will indeed bring good results, but if there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters, and if my innate ability of Xianshiguxing is not activated, 200 years may not be enough. Lao Wang in the Golden Age no longer had a headache, and his spirit was no longer consumed. Various social corruptions were reduced by the heart source flow method. Of course, without the Xianshiguxing, his strength progress also began to crawl slowly. People should have ambitions. Without ambitions, wouldn't you be surpassed by that Zhang Yanlong? Don't you want to be the number one person on Earth? The number one person on Earth has long been Lao Zhang. What does it have to do with me, Wang Fumin? Lao Wang said indifferently. You were surpassed by Zhang Yanlong. Where's my Shimama's face? Shimama, this guy, wants to compete in everything. Now he thinks that Zhang Yanlong is his eldest disciple, and Lao Wang is his eldest disciple, and he must not be surpassed. Old Wang could only smile bitterly, then turned around and said hello, old Zhang, long time no see. It's still so lively here, haha, welcome. Although we are on the same planet, we only have so much time to get together in a year, isn't it true? Time is like sand in your hand, it's gone when it's gone, Wang Fumin sighed. In the past, I thought that after Zhang Ming came back, we could have a good time and get together from time to time, fishing and drinking. But in fact, there is not much time to get together. Everyone is too busy. They have their own ideals and beliefs, as well as their own pursuits and goals. However, for dinner on the first day of the new year, everyone habitually came to the Big Rice Bucket restaurant to have a meal. It's always good to get together. There are not many people, just a few familiar friends, plus a few younger generations who often contact each other. 30 years have passed, and the young boys and girls who were originally youthful and beautiful have become people in their 50s. Although the youth is still there, it is not the same as when they were in their 20s. This scene made Zhang Ming sigh that time flies, years pass without a trace, light and shadow flow, coming and going like the wind. Great-grandfather's uncle, Zhang Yuyu, took off her plush coat, hung it on the hanger, and called Uncle Wang Undine Shimama again. Although she is 55 years old, her personality has not changed much. As soon as she ran into the restaurant, she began to tease her ancestor and whispered to Miss Gourd. After a while, the Gourd monster, who liked to laugh, was teased by her. Zhang Ming said, "You haven't brought your children here in recent years. Getting married and having children is the most normal thing." Zhang Yuyu smiled and said, "They are no longer children, uncle. You are really a noble person who forgets things. They are rebellious boys and girls in adolescence. And they don't want to come here at all. Pack up the leftovers and take them back." Zhang Yuyu helped him with chores in the kitchen and talked about some family matters. "Uncle, sometimes I really envy you. It seems like you will never grow old. Like us, wrinkles appear at the corners of our eyes, and we slowly start to age. My cultivation aptitude is okay, and I don't age very fast. My brother ages faster than me, but with the way you feed him, he still has hope of breaking through the bottleneck and living a few hundred more years." Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. The younger generations are all very hard-working people. But no matter what, the gap between different levels and lifespans is difficult to make up. Fortunately, after so many years, he has also let it go and just enjoys the present. "You still look like a girl in her 20s, almost the same as when I first saw you. Has your work been going well recently?" Zhang Yuyu smiled and said, "Of course it's going well. It's the golden age, and technology is developing too fast. As long as you work hard, you can find a good job." Chapter 393. It's time to start a new journey. "Uncle, do you think the golden age will continue?" Zhang Yuyu is an excellent spiritual language teacher. In this era, starting from junior high school, students have to learn Kingxin Shu. This is the most basic version of spiritual ability. The simplified version of Kingxin Bodhi Shu, Bodhi leaves are picked by greedy creatures and finally cut down by people still worth learning. It has the effect of concentrating attention and helping to restrain emotions. But the children in school are always ignorant and don't know the preciousness of this method. They always don't study well. So Zhang Yuyu often complains to her ancestors that it is difficult to be a teacher and it is difficult to teach children. As for the higher level versions, kinks and bodhi shu, bamboo and stone, self-cultivation and cultivation, Vajra Heart Sutra that can affect personality, and the current best version Righteousness Chu, also need to be taught by spiritual language teachers through spiritual language formulas. After all, it is impossible for everyone to come here to touch the crystal ball. The so-called Golden Age refers to 30 years of high economic growth, high employment rate, high talent growth, and high happiness. The matter of economic development is actually quite metaphysical. Because of Zhang Ming's wealth, the international chaebols spent a huge amount of money to buy various materials. And this part of the funds was invested in the operation of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Institute. Through consumption and the purchase of various instruments, it slowly flowed to the people. It is equivalent to completing a redistribution of wealth, and the economy will naturally get better. What's more, the rapid progress of science and technology has concealed the contradictions to a certain extent, and there is a problem of talent shortage. In the past, if you studied to get a doctorate, you might not be able to find a job. But now this problem no longer exists. As long as you have that level, there are indeed more jobs than talents. The shortage of Lingayu teachers alone is as high as 1 million, and it is simply too busy. Zhang Ming sighed, the golden age can't last forever because humans can't keep improving forever, otherwise they will have to go to heaven. Oh, by the way, humans can't go to heaven anymore because the universe is full of demons. What's more, the pressure from the outside world is constantly increasing. There are some things that you just don't know. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Where's your brother? He can't come back this year. He said he was busy planning something. I don't understand. Zhang Yuiyu's elder brother is an official and is very busy. Zhang Ming prepared the corresponding share and will send it over when the time comes. Zhang Ming greeted Lin Fangxiang, the fish farming expert who had just entered the door, and took the big fish he brought. The two brothers and sisters of the Lin family have naturally made considerable achievements over the years. Lin Fang got what he wanted and became a fish farming expert. The breeding of mutant fish is no longer a problem for humans, so he is moving towards breeding more types of fish. Lin Yuyu is also an excellent spiritual language teacher. He came to the kitchen to help with a smile. Where's Miss Gord? She went to deliver food to old man Baizen. Baizen's body is too big, so he can't come over to eat. Hey, Miss Pelican is here, please come in, Ga. Miss Pelican shouted with disdain, picked up a big fish and ate it raw, then grabbed a bamboo basket and flew away contentedly. This guy is still so arrogant after so many years. Soon, all the guests came and the dishes were served. The delicacies from the mountains and the sea that you can't eat outside can be found everywhere here. But the younger generations still only ate a few bites, and then they felt full of souls and fell drunk on the table. There's only one chance a year, and I have to eat more. I have to struggle to get up, Zhang Yuyu muttered, and even chanted the righteousness formula to strengthen her willpower, but she still fell asleep. It's great to still be able to enjoy the love of family, Lao Wang said enviously. You treat them as your brothers and sisters, right, but they are also very hard-working and have their own careers. Unlike my family, I don't want to take care of them. I won't care too much about them when they get old. I hope they live longer, Zhang Ming asked casually. How is the Sea of Demons? Is there any special movement? In addition to Lao Wang and Li Xianfeng, the humans present also included old comrade Zhuang Yunlong. After so many years of getting along, especially the research on heart source flow, Zhang Ming felt that he was also a pretty good person who could ask some cutting-edge information, so he called him over specially. The situation is not very good. Speaking of this, Zhuang Yunlong put down his chopsticks and said with a serious face, 20 years ago, we often observed super life and fish migration scenes. The frequency of migration is much higher than before, and all of them are from the west to the east. We don't know what happened. We asked the snake people and Honggang people, but there is no particularly effective information, so the disaster is likely to occur in the west. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows and took a bite of the food. Zhang Yunlong said, yes, maybe, in our world community, only one civilization knows the specific information, that is, one He civilization. It's just obvious that one He civilization will not easily reveal this key news. No matter what, it has to sell it for a good price. Although human civilization is thriving, it is still inferior to the oldest civilization. Without advanced transportation and long-distance technology, the most that can be explored is the movement of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around. Beyond that, nothing is known. Mr. Zhang, we want to know, if it is a disaster caused by the demon god, do we have a chance to survive? What plans should we make? What kind of civilization is the peak civilization? Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, tapping the table lightly. It depends on what kind of demon god it is. He couldn't help but think of Miss Gord. If he encountered this kind of strange demon god, it would not be a disaster at all, but a good thing. But this kind of strange demon god is probably very rare at the cosmic level. It is good enough to encounter one, and you cannot expect to encounter the second one. He tapped the table lightly. At present, it is impossible for us to kill any of the terrifying demon gods that have been revived. Unless we create a real ultimate weapon to form an equal deterrent. Do you have a corresponding plan for the manufacture of the ultimate weapon? Not yet. We originally wanted to create an ultimate weapon with freezing laser as the core, but the current freezing laser is not yet mature, and the number of snowflakes is not enough. It takes at least 1,000 years of snowflakes to accumulate before we can create the ultimate weapon. Therefore, the current alternative is a large electromagnetic cannon using a small atomic bomb. The speed can reach 10 kilometers per second, and the power is not bad. There is also a billion-ton equivalent of hydrogen bombs, but the billion-ton equivalent should not be able to blow up the demon god far away in the sky. 1,000 years of snowflakes, Zhang Ming sighed. In this case, when we encounter a demon god, there is really no way except to use the space-time jump of Gaia consciousness. After this year, I plan to go to Hongyang civilization. He has been in his warm hometown for 32 years. In the past 32 years, except for a visit to the snake civilization, he has hardly left the Earth. He has been promoting the development of Earth civilization. The great fatigue on the spiritual level has long been healed by the warm harbor. However, he deeply knows that the prosperity of the world is just a fragile piece of rice paper. Not to mention the demons, they will break at the touch of a terrible disaster. Now everything is ready, it's time to start a new journey. The Sea of Demons, an island jointly built by humans and snakes, is called Friendship Island, which implies the deep friendship of the cooperation between the two civilizations. The current permanent population is about 100,000, including researchers, engineers, soldiers and explorers with qualified strength. The cooperative relationship between the two sides has lasted for more than 150 years, and this friendship can continue in the foreseeable future. On this day, the human investigator, Jin Junhang, and the snake investigator Qian, are jointly investigating the microbial composition and distribution of biological communities in seawater. Through various clues in the ocean, some potential dangers can be prevented. You humans have made too much progress in recent years. Masters from all walks of life have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. They have emerged in just a few decades. Have they doubled in number? It's really outrageous. Haha, I can't say that. Jin Junhang was quite proud. Life has been more comfortable in recent years. Haha, the snake people are not fools. The masters stationed on the Friendship Island have increased year by year at a speed visible to the naked eye. Naturally, it can be inferred that earth-shaking changes have taken place within the human race. Even if you use your tail to think about it, you will know that it is the huge changes brought about by the return of the extraordinary. I really can't envy it. Jin Junhang sat on the boat and boasted to the snake people. It was forbidden to disclose the internal data of human civilization, so he changed the subject. We humans have a tradition called the New Year, which is divided into the solar calendar and the lunar calendar, so there are 2 New Years in a year, and we can have 2 holidays. When we return to the island, I will treat you to a drink. And his companion, Anaconda, swam in the ocean with his long and thin tongue. The snake man's swimming speed is much higher than that of humans of the same physique. He kept going back and forth to the bottom of the sea hundreds of meters deep to collect oil samples. It took half an hour before he was out of breath. In our civilization, we have spring break in spring, and then it is the mating season. According to human time, it is about 2 months. The remaining 10 months are all working days, and there is no time to rest. During those 2 months, every tree was full of snake men fighting for the right to mate with beautiful snakes, and they were bleeding. Anaconda shook his head and said, "But now, the beautiful snakes belong to the master. We snake people, the society is a bit rigid." Alice, If there is a strong man who comes from the sky to change everything, it would be great. Chapter 394, Changes in the Demon Sea. What kind of snake is a beauty snake? How beautiful is it? Jin Junhang asked curiously. Their scales are white and smooth, and they can use a kind of illusion. The way you see them is the beauty you want to see the most. What does a beauty snake taste like? Tisk, maybe it's that special taste. But there are no beauty snakes on Friendship Island. If you want to taste the taste of ordinary snake people, I'm happy to spend the money for you. As a working partner for so many years, my human friend, do you want to play with female snake people? No, I don't have that idea. Jin Junhang imagined the scene of a snake entangled with him. If the other party is more beautiful, it seems that it is not impossible. There is a sub-tribe among the snake people, whose faces are indeed quite in line with human aesthetics. Anyway, he is a bachelor. Jin Junhang shuddered and stopped thinking about it. He started to work seriously. He took out various instruments from the boat to measure the seawater temperature, microbial composition, acidity and alkalinity. The school of Langwang fish that we have been tracking for a long time has once again migrated 15 kilometers to the east. The great white shark seems to have run 1,000 kilometers away. Oh, yes, it's a big trouble. Almost all the fish schools are constantly migrating eastward under the guidance of some mysterious force. This phenomenon has lasted for 20 years, which makes people anxious. Wind and wave level. 3.1. The wind and wave level this year has increased by more than 20% compared with 20 years ago. The Demon Sea, which was originally as silent as a grave, now has wind and waves from time to time. But no one knows what this means. Suddenly, a huge wind and wave came from a distance. Crash! Jin Junhang looked closely and saw a giant dolphin-like creature with a length of more than 100 meters passing by tens of kilometers away. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted to his companion in the headset, "Hey, Kui Anaconda, be careful, there is another super life swimming to the east." Super life was quite rare in the past. But recently, it can be seen every 2 or 3 months. However, this time it was a little unusual. The big dolphin seemed to have discovered the two of them. After a few sprints, it swam in front of them, laughed clucking, and arched forward lightly, directly overturning the boat. What's going on? Fortunately, Jin Junhang was also a master who broke through the first level of human limit. He struggled to swim out of the sea. Unexpectedly, the big dolphin laughed clucking again, put him on his head, and started playing. Friendly species? The dolphin species is really a bit naughty, not as honest as the killer whale. Kui Anaconda, what is he saying? Do you understand? The snake people more or less have some ability to raise animals. Kui Anaconda slowly swam over and communicated for a while before he understood the general meaning. It may be saying, "Long time no see, little guy, I didn't expect you to be alive, but why do you feel that you have become much weaker?" Probably this meaning. Jin Junhang pinched his nose. When did I meet this big dolphin? Did you recognize the wrong person? Could it be that a figure appeared in his mind, Lao Zhang? His figure is a bit similar to Lao Zhang, and even his face shape is a bit similar. Lao Zhang can be said to be the person with the most experience in the Demon Sea. At some point in the past, could he have encountered this big dolphin? So he smiled and made a few gestures. "Hey, old friend, be quiet, okay? Can you help us turn the boat back?" The big dolphin, which is 100 meters long and may weigh tens of thousands of tons, seemed to understand what he said. With a slight arch, it turned the boat back. Then it smelled the fish feed again, opened its mouth and sucked in the whole sack, hundreds of kilograms of fish. Finally, it spit out the sack with a pun, just like a second-rate person spitting on the street. "Your fish is really bland." The big dolphin was a little disgusted and shook his head. Jin Junhang coughed. "The fish here are all ordinary fish. Of course they don't have much taste. Old friend, can you tell us what happened in the distance?" The big dolphin just laughed there, inviting him to play in the water, with a very naughty character. The snake man Kuian next to him was also a little helpless. Even if he had the ability to tame, this dolphin was much stronger than him, and he had no way to start. He could only turn on the instrument, record the scene, and send the electromagnetic wave signal back to the headquarters. Because humans are a technological civilization, there are some monitoring hot air balloons in the sky that serve as artificial satellites. 2 people and a dolphin took an orange lifebuoy and threw it back and forth. After playing for half an hour, the big dolphin seemed to be a little bored, and then it flicked its tail, called a few times, and prepared to leave. What a magical and chic creature. Don't you want to say something? Disaster, do you know the big disaster? Please, tell us. You must know something. As a well-known marine investigator, Jin Junhang felt a little regretful. He actually wanted to introduce this guy to the Earth. But its size is too big. I don't know how much food it eats a day. The Earth may not be able to support this big guy. Goo, the dolphin that left suddenly made a shrill cry. As the scream continued, a mysterious illusion appeared in the minds of the two people. A huge flash of light tore through the darkness. From the depths of the vast blue-gray space, hundreds of meters of seawater pushed each other, like swords hitting each other, like mountains collapsing and cracking, forming a huge vortex. Jin Junhang's pupils suddenly dilated, and cold sweat broke out from his back. This is a huge space-time storm. Black clouds pressed down on the city, thunder and lightning intertwined, and huge waves were surging. In the center of the vortex, countless shadowy things were emerging, as if they had fallen from a high-dimensional space to low-dimensional space. The two of them actually saw floating lands wrapped in a bubble-like structure. These bubbles madly poured out from the center of the vortex and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. There were also a large number of creatures that were madly fleeing from this area of storms and lightning. This big dolphin was naturally one of them. What the hell is this? When Jin Junhang regained consciousness, he found that the big dolphin had disappeared on the horizon. His head was a little tingling. It was obvious that the hallucination just now seemed to be a kind of spiritual ability. He looked at his snake companions around him. The snake man was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and he looked like he was exhausted. After a long time, the snake man Kui Anaconda remembered something and stuck out his long tongue. That dolphin gave me a headache. I wonder if your human government has disclosed the truth about something. What truth? Kui Anaconda said seriously. A horrible natural disaster is suspected to have occurred in the world community next door. It will spread here in about 50 years, or at most 100 years. Of course, this news is just a rumor. Don't talk nonsense. We just need to report it. Don't worry about the others. Jin Junhang's face also changed slightly and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had also heard about this rumor. This news could not be found on the internet and could only be passed on by word of mouth. Alice, there are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls. Originally, the two of them should have tested multiple locations and collected a large amount of data to complete a day's work. But now that such a big thing has happened, they can only return urgently and report it to their superiors. Half an hour later, the Abnormal Investigation Bureau of Human Civilization attached importance to this report and sent senior members to investigate the Polaris team. After 30 years of abusive training, the Polaris team has naturally transformed, from mental outlook to personal ability, all of which have undergone earth-shaking changes. The original 5 members of the team have not changed, but their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, especially the strongest member Bishan, who has now broken through the mental bottleneck and become a genuine national scholar. Fortune teller Sia, looking at the information on the screen, fell into deep thought. A large dolphin with wisdom, swimming at a speed of about 200 kilometers per hour, is still within our detection range. These two investigators claim that they saw time and space storms, suspended mountains and continents, and various shadowy things in their mental hallucinations. What do you think? I think what they said is most likely true. As for the suspended mountains and continents, perhaps they are worlds that have been teleported one by one. The thin man in the team is responsible for data collection. He tapped a few keyboard buttons and said, during the transmission process, the original sheltering ability of the world was broken, so it can be seen by creatures outside. In other words, in the world community next door, there is already a civilization that has been transmitted to us through the space-time storm phenomenon. It's incredible. Can the world also be transmitted by the space-time storm, or did the civilization activate its last trump card and forcibly create the space-time storm? In the eyes of ordinary people, the demon sea is so big that it doesn't matter if there is one more civilization or one less civilization. After all, everyone is either too far away and never interacts with each other. If the distance is relatively close, peaceful communication is also good. However, several people present deeply understand the importance of information. If we can find these transmitted worlds, won't we be able to know what the disaster is? At least it can buy a lot of time. After figuring this out, Sia's eyes suddenly lit up. But these worlds are not necessarily near us, they may be very far away. The swimming speed of this big dolphin is not comparable to that of human ships. It may have swum for several years or even decades. Where can we find those refugee worlds? Chapter 395 Nuclear-Powered Space Plane. After a while, the investigation team from the Snake People came late and questioned the two parties in detail. They just asked more details about what they had already reported. When they heard Jin Junhang's guess that the big dolphin may have an old acquaintance with Mr. Zhang, all the investigators were shocked. That is to say, the overall movement direction of this big dolphin is consistent with Mr. Zhang's return to Earth? Not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily go in a straight line. Maybe it will circle somewhere and go to another destination. In the end, the two civilizations didn't think of a particularly good way. Now there are only two plans. The first is to send more drones, birds, and fish to conduct large-scale searches. The second is to send electromagnetic waves to seek replies from these civilizations. But sending electromagnetic waves may also expose one's own position, which has certain risks. The more it sends, the greater the possibility of exposure. Therefore, it must be decided through a meeting between the two sides. So the news was reported layer by layer, and soon it alarmed the top level, including Lao Zhang. The Snake People naturally also knew the truth that people who don't think about the future will have immediate worries. After 3 days of discussion, the two sides decided to launch a large-scale electromagnetic wave. The content is also very simple, a simple picture outlined with mathematical formulas. In this picture, a huge space-time vortex is depicted, with bubble-like structures emerging, implying that we already know this information. You are fleeing from the community next door. Then there is an icon of a handshake between the two sides, indicating that our civilization is a peace-loving civilization and seeks corresponding cooperation. Then, the high-power radar sent this message in the direction where the big dolphin swam. Oh, I've heard about it. Has any extraterritorial civilization responded so far? Zhang Ming was talking to Bishan from the Polaris team through the Bluetooth headset. Yes, just yesterday, we intercepted an electromagnetic wave message, but the content inside was very messy and almost impossible to decipher. We dare not continue to send electromagnetic waves, Bishan said with some distress. After sending an electromagnetic wave, other civilizations can only infer the direction. But after sending it twice, they can infer the approximate location. Exposing the human base camp is never a good thing, Zhang Ming said. So what you mean is that the civilization that sent the unknown information only provided the direction but could not find the specific location? Yes, we may be able to find them along this direction. We have dispatched some drones and reconnaissance animals, but whether we can find them is still an unknown. I hope it will be closer to us, Zhang Ming recalled for a while, and finally recalled the encounter. The big dolphin has indeed been seen in the territory of the Blue Crystal people. It has a naughty personality. I didn't expect it to be alive and swam here. Don't worry about it, we can't afford to keep it, the male voice in the headset said. Once there is any movement of alien civilization, we will report to you in time. Lao Zhang was actually quite interested, but he habitually lowered other people's expectations. Don't come to me for everything. The meeting with the snake civilization was handled by humans themselves. Now, more than 100 years have passed, and the strength of humans has become many times stronger. There is also a snake civilization with deep friendship next to it. You should be able to accomplish many things. Bishan couldn't help but laugh a little honestly, but a little confidently. That's true. However, if you are willing to come forward, it will be a little safer. Okay, then let's wait until we find a new civilization. Staying on Earth all the time, my body is a little rusty. Zhang Ming hung up the phone and stretched his old arms and legs. Humans are indeed much stronger than they were more than 150 years ago. Whether it is the number of masters, the actual combat capabilities of the elite team, or the heritage of civilization, they are no longer the Wuxia of the past. When Lao Wang was a diplomat, he was just a grandmaster who broke through 2 bottlenecks, but he was already the strongest on Earth. That scene, just thinking about it is shabby. As for now, it can be said without hesitation that humans are already a medium-level civilization in this community, stronger than the snake people. Zhang Ming thought about it and felt relieved. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the popularity of the college was relatively quiet compared to usual. Even the great professors who were obsessed with academics had to go home for the new year. It was still snowing in the sky, and there were 2 or 3 cats and kittens, all walking in a hurry. Xiao Bei, I'll take you to the city to play, and by the way, I have something to ask Li Xianfeng. Zhang Ming drove the car and drove out of the compound with his friends. During the new year, The college was open to the public. Many children were playing with the little animals, and there were laughter everywhere. The existence of these two super research institutes has indeed changed the world a lot. In the eyes of the people, they are holy places away from the hustle and bustle of the world. They are harbors full of legends. They are also paradises that can break free from the gravity of reality. People always need some fantasy. Zhang Ming himself doesn't think that these two super research institutes are so sacred, but this kind of religious worship phenomenon still appears in the real world. There are also many scientific research maniacs who are too lazy to go home for the new year. They just like to stay in this quiet and natural place. Occasionally, they can hear some academic debates. When they are tired, they hug the descendants of Lushu and sleep on the grass. With the physique of modern people, they are not afraid of the cold. When this group of people saw Zhang Ming, they simply said hello and indulged in their own world again. In their minds, the god of wealth is not important, and academics are the most important. Zhang Ming naturally didn't care about these. After saying hello, he drove the car for more than half an hour and came to the industrial city next door called West Shanghai. With a rapid development of 30 years, the West continent naturally also has corresponding supporting cities. The industries and service industries of these cities are mostly supporting services for the various needs of the two super research institutes. The most famous city is called West Shanghai. The former industrial city Shanghai has long been submerged by seawater, so hard-working humans have created West Shanghai here. The population of the city has increased year by year and has grown to 3.2 million. Many professors' families have settled here and their children also go to school here. Xiaobei, you guys go play with Yuyu, I have something to do. Xiaobei jumped off the car happily and jumped into Yuayu's hand. Zhang Yuayu saw that it was still so small, so she couldn't help but hold it in her hand, and said with a smile, "Hey, when will you grow up a little, Grandpa Xiaobei? I'm still a minor turtle, and I will become a young turtle in 3 to 5,000 years. Then, the black stone and the eyeball represented by Baize also rolled out, and Zhang Yuayu was immediately frightened by them. Mr. Dean, you guys are out too. Well, we just came out to stroll around, don't mind, just put us in your school bag, Lord Shinma said very kindly. In front of unfamiliar outsiders, this guy has a kind of kindness of a superior. Baize also said, I just want to see the human culture. Little girl, you can take us to watch movies, museums, libraries, supermarkets, and if there is anything we want to buy, we will pay for it. Haha, I promise to satisfy you. Zhang Yuayu was not afraid, and her face was full of laughter. After all, she often came into contact with these two deans, and she had a powerful ancestor to protect her, so she was not very afraid. Next, Zhang Ming drove to the headquarters of Bifang Group, which is the current manufacturer of aerospace aircraft carriers. Advanced transportation is the first productive force for better exploration of the Sea of Demons. In the production room, there are 5 prototypes of the first generation of aerospace planes, 31 meters long, about 60 meters when the wings are unfolded, and weighing 220 tons. There are a total of 4 nuclear-powered engines in the fuselage, which can quickly heat the air to 4,000 degrees Celsius and spray it backwards quickly, while pushing the speed of the aircraft to 3,000 kilometers per hour, which is 2.5 times the speed of sound. The jet black texture with a metallic luster is so high-end that even laymen can tell it is made of superalloy. The entire fuselage is made of superalloy, and the permanent speed of Mach 2.5 is not easy, Li Xianfeng said proudly. Now the supersonic fighters we export have made the snake people jealous. In the past, they thought their own birds and animals were stronger than fighters, but now their flying speeds are gradually surpassed by fighters. They actually want to buy it. Haha, the price we offer is not low, right? Zhang Ming asked with great interest. Of course it's not low. Fortunately, the snake civilization can indeed produce excellent raw materials, and we can complement each other perfectly. Li Xianfeng pressed a button, and the cabin opened. The structure inside was simple and generous. Look, this is the cockpit. After putting on the VR helmet, you can drive manually, or you can use AI to drive unmanned in the stratosphere. Of course you have to keep an eye on it. The plane is not a ship. Once it falls upside down and crashes on the sea, even a superhuman like you will be injured if not dead. Li Xianfeng is now a famous super scientist. He is over 50 years old, alone, and has no wife. Fortunately, in this life, with the great development of the times, even if he neglects to practice, He should be able to live for hundreds of years. As for the Bifang group, it is a byproduct of the great Academy of Sciences. There is no way. The old guy Shimama sometimes has too much desire for power and is somewhat repulsive to this capable deputy. In order to facilitate research, it is better to set up a new Bifang group. After all, Lao Zhang's initial investment target was him, Li Xianfeng, not Shimama. Chapter 396 Discovering the World. Zhang Ming stroked the metallic fuselage, which was made of some expensive materials and had a small amount of self-repair properties. Even the internal engine only required foolproof maintenance. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of technology. The speed of the aerospace plane was 60 times that of an ordinary ship, which meant that he only needed 1 to 2 years to reach the territory of the Honggang people. It only took about 3 years to reach Turtle Island. He asked doubtfully, but isn't this plane a little small? It only weighs 220 tons, and there won't be many passengers in the cabin. Compared with a real aircraft carrier, it's 2 or 3 orders of magnitude worse, right? Li Xianfeng smiled bitterly. You think too much? It's already amazing that human technology can make something that can fly continuously in the sky for 10 years. Do you really think we can make a star destroyer as big as a mountain? This is still based on the premise of the technological explosion in the past 30 years. Look at this cooling system and this engine. They all use supernatural materials, which are very expensive, and in order to reduce the friction caused by the sound barrier, we use a lot of advanced supernatural materials, such as flying snake phosphorus, mirror steel, etc., which effectively control the noise during flight. He gently stroked the noble metal-textured fuselage, just like stroking a lever. It is naturally a great sense of accomplishment to be able to make such a thing. That's why we need space technology. With space technology, a small plane can also fit a lot of resources and people. Don't rush me. Aren't we here for this? Zhang Ming smiled and asked Miss Gourd to spit out a huge emerald green gourd. The beautiful patterns on it were natural, like a series of bagua seals, exuding a mysterious beauty. The size of this gourd is quite large. The black hole of the bottle mouth alone has a diameter of 2 meters, and the gourd body has a diameter of nearly 6 meters. This space prop contains a sphere with a diameter of 2.2 kilometers, which is more than enough to accommodate 10,000 people and can also fit a lot of goods. Of course, this is the only gourd I can provide. Tell the people above that you don't need me anymore. There is really only this one. Let them make good use of it. Even if you ask me, there won't be more. We still have to develop our own space technology. Zhang Ming spread his hands helplessly and got in first. Li Xianfeng was stunned for a moment and touched the big emerald green gourd, as if he had touched a thin layer of water ripples. There was no light inside, it was pitch black. There were some large hexagonal honeycomb-like rooms inside, and the walls were made of some tough wooden material. Each room was hundreds of meters long and wide. Miss Gourd said in her inherent voice, I will teach you how to use it accordingly. Things with a diameter of less than 2 meters can go directly into the bottle mouth. If you want to load larger goods, you can activate this light and shadow stone to expand the bottle mouth of this big gourd to 20 meters, so the object cannot exceed 20 meters. In addition, its heat dissipation capacity is also limited. Please do not carry out large industrial activities inside, otherwise the long-term accumulation of heat may cause the internal temperature to rise rapidly. Please do not damage the outer wall of the gourd, otherwise it may cause the space to break. Therefore, the mass it can withstand is limited. Of course, I don't know how much mass it can withstand. Please calculate it yourself. After experimenting, Li Xianfeng took a breath of cold air. Although there are a lot of restrictions, the preciousness of the space wonder is not unimportant. I understand. All mankind should be grateful to you. You don't have to be grateful to me. You should thank Mr. Zhang. He gave up something to get this space wonder. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Ming quickly changed the subject. The aerospace plane should be developed quickly. If there are no problems, we can officially set off. I have done what I can do for mankind, and the rest doesn't seem to be of much help. In just 30 years, it seems that what can be passed on is almost the same. Only a huge amount of wealth is still retained on the moon. However, Zhang Ming thinks that the way of being the god of wealth and slowly distributing wealth like now is good, so he will not change it. Recently, I have a kind of frightening premonition that life cannot be peaceful forever. We still have to seize the time and prepare for a rainy day. Then, he visited some cutting-edge technologies of the North Wind Group, such as power armor. Well, conventional metal exoskeletons are a bit tasteless in this era. because its combat performance and power system cannot keep up with the high speed of the master level. If the speed, carrying capacity and strength of a person are higher than that of a metal exoskeleton, what do I need this thing for? Therefore, these power armors are all 3 or 5 stories high, weighing 500 tons or even thousands of tons, with infinite power, and can also carry freezing lasers, rune missiles and tactical nuclear weapons, which simply made Zhang Ming stunned. In another research institute, the miniaturization of hydrogen bombs and the low cost of hydrogen bombs are being studied. The miniaturization of atomic bombs has long been completed, but radioactive elements are scarce elements, and it is a waste to use them to make weapons. On the contrary, the deuterium element required for hydrogen bombs is inexhaustible in the sea, so the miniaturization of hydrogen bombs is imminent. If they can invent a hydrogen bomb as small as a finger, and blow up a house with one shot, that is the ultimate dream of this group of scientists. Humans are really a crazy race. Zhang Ming was numbed by this group of people, and suddenly felt that even if he was a superhuman, he didn't seem so invincible. Another biological research institute is studying the treasures of Old Man Bai Zan, such as the feathers of the 9-colored deer, the hair of Di Ting, and the feathers of Kunpen. If a baby of the mythical beast could be cloned, wouldn't humans be directly developed? Of course, this is difficult, but there's hope. In this way, after testing for half a day, Zhang Ming suddenly felt that humans finally had some foundation, and there was still a lot of room for development in the future. Even if he left the Earth in the future, the Earthlings would not stop their pace of development. He was still very relieved about Li Xianfeng. This guy had the means and knowledge. He was really a practical talent. Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was Bishan from the Polaris team. His tone seemed a little hurried, but also a little surprised. Mr. Zhang, we found it. The flying snake sent by the snake people found a magical world 500,000 kilometers away. It is likely the civilization that sent the electromagnetic waves, but that world is very strange, with an indescribable weirdness. The flying snakes found the world, but did not dare to enter rashly. Zhang Ming's heart moved, and he wondered again, shouldn't the world hide itself? How did the flying snakes of the snake people find it? The world hunter spores he had on hand had also been delivered to the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. But under normal circumstances, humans dare not use this thing easily. If it is leaked, the whole Earth will suffer. What's more, there is a snake civilization next door, and the impact of using the world hunter is really too bad. Bishan replied on the phone, yes, that world is not hiding itself. It is like a soap bubble floating on the water, and the soap bubble contains a thin continent floating on the water, and there are a lot of buildings on the continent, which should be technological buildings, but no living creatures have been found for the time being. This matter is indeed very important, and it is related to possible disaster of an unknown civilization with a relatively close geographical location, and the future of the entire world community. Therefore, both sides are organizing a large number of soldiers, ships, aircraft, birds and beasts, and want to conduct field investigations as quickly as possible. In just 2 days, the United Government has drawn more than 30,000 investigators from the human world. Soldiers are not about quantity, and these 30,000 people are at least S-level, including professionals from all walks of life such as communications, translation, biology, machinery, and logistics. In addition, the human military has also dispatched 6 100,000-ton aircraft carriers, as well as a variety of functional ships, including destroyers that launch nuclear weapons, scientific research ships, etc. Everything is available. The snake people were no less capable, sending 8 large ships and more than 20,000 snake people, loaded with various functional birds and beasts. So, after everything was ready, the bilateral meeting between human and snake civilization was officially launched on the Friendship Island. Zhang Ming was naturally invited to attend this meeting. Although he just sat in an ordinary seat and was generally too lazy to speak, no one dared to neglect him. The current snake archon stationed on the Friendship Island is called Mamin. As his name suggests, his scales are black and shiny, his body is 4 meters long, and he may weigh more than 200 kilograms. He is a big snake man. As a major cooperation project between the two sides, the snake people are still working hard. Human friends, according to the basic rules of civilized exchanges, our fleet cannot enter the other side's world without an invitation, otherwise it would be unfriendly behavior and easily lead to a civilization war. We jointly sent more electromagnetic wave signals, hoping that the other side would respond. But now 2 days have passed, and the other side still has no response, so we, the snake people, sent some flying birds to enter the other side's world for reconnaissance. The tablet computer on the desktop displayed all the data currently detected. Zhang Ming swiped a few times and squinted his eyes. First of all, this unknown world is really strange, like a huge soap bubble floating on the sea, as if it is very unwelcome. The continent inside it is very small, only about 100,000 square kilometers, which is about the size of 3 Lake Baikal. Chapter 397, Investigating the New World. What's even more strange is that this continent is suspended on the water, with a thickness of about 2,000 meters, which is completely different from the normal world. In the normal world, although the ocean is slowly occupied by the Sea of Demons, the 3 layers of the planet's crust, mantle, and core still exist, so minerals can still be mined and geothermal resources can be used. In this world, there is only a thin layer of crust left on the continent, like a thin piece of bread spread on the sea surface. It is not known whether it is man-made or caused by some supernatural phenomenon. The viewing angle on the screen gradually decreased, and everyone in the conference room suddenly saw more details. There is a magical bird called Ghost Crow flying in the sky, weighing only 5 kilograms and flying at a speed close to the speed of sound. It can share the view on the screen. There are quite a few pyramid-shaped artificial buildings on the ground, the tallest of which is about 60 meters, and the shorter ones are about 30 meters high, which generally do not look high. These buildings exude a bronze metallic luster, and even the entire continent seems to be built of metal materials. Some structures that looked like street lamps, highway structures, and huge reflective mirrors that looked like solar panels meant that this was most likely a technological civilization. But strangely, no intelligent creatures were found, not even a small insect. The ghost crow flew in the sky for a while, then flapped its wings twice as if out of control, screamed "Gah!" turned a corner and began to flee frantically. The snake man Archon Maming stuck out his long tongue, was silent for a moment, and explained, "The distance is too far, and our control over this ghost crow has decreased, causing it to begin to expose its wildness. However, since this ghost crow is so anxious to escape, it means that there is some risk on this continent that it can perceive." Another expert said, "It is most likely an unknown civilization hiding underground. They should have discovered us, so they hid all the population underground, and perhaps they are also holding a decision-making meeting." This is true. A technological civilization that can develop a brilliant culture naturally has strong organizational capabilities. It is normal to jump to unknown seas and evacuate people underground. In this case, let's use our spiritual language translation mechanism to say hello to them. What do you think? Zhang Yunlong, the human representative at the meeting and the director of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, looked at Lao Zhang, who was sitting in the corner. "You look at what I am doing, you can do whatever you want, I am just listening in." Zhang Ming naturally had no objection. After all, he didn't want to make random comments on such a major event of civilization. Instead, there were whispers from the snake people. In the past, communication with other civilizations had to rely on the translation parrot of the snake people, a very magical bird. But now, the supernatural technology on the human side is developing rapidly, and the spiritual language translation mechanism is becoming more and more mature, and the translation parrot of the snake people is gradually being compared. After all, the cultivation of translation parrots takes a lot of time and cost. After working hard to raise 10,000 parrots, maybe only one is a qualified product. Among 1,000,000 parrots, only one is an excellent product. The spiritual language translation mechanism can be learned by anyone, the only difference is whether one learns it well or not. Even the snake people can learn the spiritual language, they are so envious. It's just a pity that is the foundation of civilization, humans can't sell it at all. It's a strong idealistic rule at a super low price. If you exchange it with unique technology, humans may consider it. Want to get it for free? Don't even think about it. The traditional industry was suddenly knocked down. The best-selling products that were once civilized trade can no longer be sold. It is a major blow to the snake people, and they have a sense of crisis. With a crisis, reforms are naturally forced. There are always ambitious snake people archons who want to make a new career. Anyway, this ancient civilization has been quite chaotic in recent years. But for the entire snake civilization, a stagnant pool of water is tantamount to death, and change is a good thing. Putting aside these words, the plan to communicate through spiritual language was quickly passed by the meeting. A human grandmaster who specializes in spiritual power stood in front of a light and shadow stone and took a deep breath. With the help of the supercomputer, after a long period of preparation, he finally read out a passage in spirit language. Hello, unknown civilization. This is a business alliance formed by human civilization and snake civilization. We follow mutual respect, non-interference, equality and mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence, and sharing of dangerous information. This passage has a total of more than 300 words, which roughly describes the fact that we are a peace-loving business alliance. After finishing speaking, the Grandmaster's forehead broke out in cold sweat and his face turned blue, because this passage must be clear and powerful, and it must be extremely loud. In order to achieve these 2 points, a huge amount of mental power was consumed at one time. Old Ma, you have worked hard. Zhang Yanlong hurriedly supported him and let the Grandmaster go down to rest. Several scientists put this light and shadow stone, which stored a lot of information, into a special trumpet-shaped instrument. The leading experts said, the spiritual language stored in this light and shadow stone can only be used once, and it can be heard by creatures within a kilometer radius. The penetration of the sound waves is not too bad. As long as this device is thrown to the other side's continent, it will automatically play. Since humans have used their own foundation, the snake people volunteered to accept the task of delivering the letter. Soon, a big bird named Wind King with a blue light all over its body and a bright face, grabbed the small instrument and flew at high speed towards the unknown civilization. This is the fastest creature that the snake people can cultivate. Containing the blood of the divine beast Kinglin, it can reach 10 times the speed of sound. It is also the creature that the snake people are most proud of. The expert team on the human side was also thoughtful when they saw this blue bird, and even wanted to clone it. In the foreseeable decades, humans really can create a flying vehicle that is faster than the Wind King and can be freely controlled. Although intercontinental missiles can reach 10 times the speed of sound, missiles cannot be used to deliver goods. Zhang Ming saw the reaction of these guys and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. A true portrayal of the plastic brotherhood. But no matter what, healthy competition between two civilizations is a good thing. The meeting was temporarily disbanded. After waiting for about a day, the high-speed flying Wind King passed through the soap bubble. However, in the next moment, the flying speed of the Wind King slowed down, as if it had been struck by a bolt from the blue. In just a short second, all the feathers on its body stood up. It seemed very nervous, so nervous that it was a little embarrassed, and it flapped its wings and wanted to escape back. Fortunately, the Snake Man trainer also knew that in such occasions, even if a precious big bird was sacrificed, the task must be completed, otherwise it would not only lose face in front of humans, but also in front of that unknown civilization. So the trainer, sweating profusely, urged the Wind King to move forward. They have the ability of telepathy, are natural masters of taming, and can even force slavery. The blue-gray bird, comforted by its master, knew that it could not escape this disaster, so it could only fly carefully in the air. It flew for more than 10 minutes before it flew to the center of the continent and dropped the sound-generating device made of light and shadow stones from the sky. A small parachute was deployed in the air with a bang and slowly landed. After completing the task, the blue-gray bird moved away at the fastest speed. The snakeman trainer said slowly, "It is very nervous, but I don't know the source of its nervousness. It may be the sixth sense, or that world really hides a terrifying existence that makes it extremely nervous. It even thinks that there is no life in that world, but we clearly received electromagnetic wave signals from this continent. If there is no life, could it be sent by a robot?" The conference room seemed a little silent. In theory, the sound-generating device was already playing the spiritual language. Even if there are intelligent creatures hiding underground, they must be able to hear it. The spiritual language of about 300 syllables only takes 5 minutes to play. Even if the other party is holding a meeting, it won't take more than a few minutes to reply to a letter, right? But now half an hour has passed, and there is still no information from the civilization. This is quite meaningful. Could it be that the civilization has become extinct? Or is it that it has been seriously injured, with only a few individuals surviving? Or are there really only a few robots surviving? Whether it is the human or snake people, they immediately had such associations, and their calm moods could not help but fluctuate. Then, they thought of the huge benefits of staying on this new continent. This is a world without a master. The reason why it is completely transparent, like a soap bubble, Maybe because the world will of this world is sending out invitations to the outside world. The world will must have a sufficient number of lives to be able to maintain itself, generate the source of the world, and protect the world. Whether it is human or snake people, it will not refuse and take them all in. That is a world without a master. Well, whether it is human or snake people, they don't know what the use of an extra world is. But you have to know that the legendary destroyer civilization can obtain a large amount of world source by destroying a world. Can humans or snake people do this? How can they do it? Who doesn't want more world source? What's more, it may contain the heritage of a civilization, including minerals, technology, information, everything. Chapter 398 Tempting Big Cake. Thinking of this, the snake people couldn't help but be tempted. Although they didn't know how powerful the civilization was, it was obvious that humans were not bad. After all, humans had their own technology tree and were in a period of rapid development. The snake people, who fell behind in the competition, were obviously quite tempted. They had lived with humans for more than 100 years and with Hongang people for 1,000 years. They naturally knew the benefits of technology. However, due to economic, institutional and historical reasons, it was really difficult to reverse the situation. There were not enough R&D talents and corresponding resources in the snake people group. On their planet, metal materials were relatively scarce, and it was too difficult for the snake people to climb the technology tree from scratch. But if a complete technology tree fell from the sky, including various production lines, it would be completely different. Although the snake people could not do research and development, they always had the ability to copy others. The snakeman named Zhang Ming said, "Dear human friend, if the native species on this continent do disappear, we can naturally take over this continent. Of course, there must be some hidden risks. So we hope to organize a joint investigation team to personally investigate first-hand information. A continent with unknown risks will not hinder our friendship," the diplomat on the human side hurriedly said. "Of course, we will do it in accordance with a treaty of peaceful coexistence." Then there was a lot of official jargon, such as set aside disputes and jointly develop, exchange what we have and keep friendship forever, maintain bottom line thinking and so on, which directly confused Miss Calabash, who was hiding in the pocket. "Why can't I understand what they are saying?" Zhang Ming's heart was even more amused. Humans and snakemen are indeed a plastic sisterhood. A big cake fell from the sky, and they started to have little thoughts before they even ate it. The reason is simple. This continent cannot be divided into two halves. In the end, does it belong to you humans or me snakemen? It can't be divided equally between both sides, right? He explained softly. It means that, apart from the information that what is the disaster next door, which must be shared, the rare items on this continent can be taken if you want, and as for the subsequent cooperation, we will discuss it after the situation is fully investigated. That's about it, I see. That means the plunder license. It's so complicated, you don't understand this. There must be some gray areas. Foreign politics can't be too weak. If it is weak, the people inside will make trouble, but being too tough will destroy the cooperation between the two sides. So make it a little more complicated, so that the people at the bottom can't understand it, and you can advance or retreat. Is it really like this? Miss Hulu always felt that he was talking nonsense. But it was obvious that the atmosphere in the conference room was not very good. The idea of dividing the continent equally was not true. There was a friendship island of less than 5 square kilometers that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was already difficult for both sides to control it. Humans have their own secrets, and snake people also have their own interests. Culture, ideology, living habits, all different. A continent of 100,000 square kilometers can accommodate tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. Do you really think that the two races can live in harmony? Fortunately, this piece of cake is not big enough to make the two sides go their separate ways and tear each other apart. So this meeting, after discussing several cooperation plans such as drone detection plans and animal detection plans, was hastily adjourned. Zhang Yanlong from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau knew that the situation was urgent, so he immediately contacted the top leaders of the United Government, the generals of the military, and Lao Zhang, and explained, "We believe that as long as we can find the world will of this world, we may be able to control the movement of this world. By spending a small amount of the source of the world and moving this continent, we can incorporate it into the Earth world. After all, this world is not far from the Earth, only 500,000 kilometers, and the cost will not be too high. We can even get unique technology left over from an unknown civilization. The snake people should think so too, so they are very anxious, a general said, but this strange world still has many unknown risks that have not been ruled out. Otherwise, those birds would not have fled back in a hurry. Maybe there are some world hunters. Risks and benefits are always proportional. I think the snake people may have made up their minds. Even if they take certain risks, they must get that thing as soon as possible. Mr. Zhang, are you willing to lead the team in person? Zhang Ming pondered for a while and knew that this matter was indeed unavoidable. We must first obtain the approval of the world's will before it is possible to move the entire continent. How can it be that easy? Let me go back to Earth and take out that world tree. If there is a connection between the world wills, communication may be a little easier. The world tree owned by Zhang Ming has been nurtured for more than 30 years and has grown a lot. More importantly, as an alternative existence, it can break away from the Earth and take root in another land. After discussing for a while, everyone felt that Zhang Ming's plan was indeed quite reliable, mainly because humans were really scared by the world hunters. As for the technology left in the unknown world, although it is very enviable, even if the snake people get it, don't they have to ask the Earthlings for advice? It is even possible that the technology of this civilization is not as good as that of humans. Far stronger than humans? The probability is very small, otherwise how could the other party be exterminated? It has to be admitted that humans who are experiencing the golden age have unprecedented self-confidence and are not so anxious to pick up the super-large garbage delivered to their door. That night, Zhang Ming took the space plane and returned to the Great Academy of Sciences, and then slept happily. On the contrary, the snake civilization next door is eager to pick up garbage. However, they also know that the world hides unknown risks, and it is irrational to send a large force directly. After repeated discussions, it was decided to send an elite team to test the waters. The elite team composed of 10 snake people, with more than 30 rare and exotic animals with different functions, is definitely the high-end combat power of the snake civilization. In front of the small team, the tall Archon Mammon said, "Find out what happened in that world and find the world will of that world. If it doesn't work, withdraw quickly. We are not in a hurry." "Do you understand?" "I understand," another snake man said. "Sir Archon, if we take this world away, will it really not matter to humans? We will not take all the benefits for ourselves, but we must take the lead in this unknown world." I believe they think so too. As for who takes the majority and who takes the minority, that is just a matter of negotiation, but they have extraordinary people whose exploration ability is much stronger than ours. Alice, there is nothing we can do about it, so tonight is a good time for us. It would be great if we can get some information first. With this idea in mind, 10 snake men boarded a small boat and carefully sneaked into the world. In the middle of the night, there were a few dark clouds in the sky, and there was no moon. Fortunately, the snake people generally have infrared night vision, so there is not much difference between day and night for them. However, at the moment of entering the bubble, the snake people had a creepy feeling of horror. What kind of feeling is this? Cold, solemn, lonely, and hesitant, as if the whole world is pressing down on them. The thick darkness swallowed up all the starlight. Even though they had night vision, they found that their visibility was extremely poor, as if they were surrounded by ink. The birds and beasts began to riot, desperate to escape. The captain of the 10-man team was named Black Viper. If he were a human, he would be at the level of a national scholar, breaking through the 3 bottlenecks of human limits. He felt the extremely intense crisis, and the sixth sense that came into his mind at the first time was to run away at the first time. But you have to know that their boat has just come in and rowed less than 10 meters away. And tonight is their only chance to get ahead of the extraordinary people on the human side. "Let's stay here for now and send the birds to scout for a while." Black Viper took a deep breath, his tail twitched a few times, and his tone softened. "If you encounter uncontrollable danger, evacuate at any time." "Understood." The other 9 people also gritted their teeth. They used telepathy to forcibly control the panicked birds and urged them to fly into the air for reconnaissance. The vision seen by the birds was reflected in a crystal ball. The night in this world seemed to be countless times more dangerous than the day. The fear and struggle of the flying birds could be felt even with the naked eye, and the difficulty of taming beasts was also greatly increased. The crystal ball showed that even the vision of birds could not penetrate the thick black fog. "Get closer to the ground, we'd better search for some supplies." "Okay, I understand." The scales on the neck of the beast tamer stood up, and he looked quite strenuous. Then in the next second, The vertical pupils of all the snakemen suddenly shrank, and they saw a pale white arm emerging from the metal floor, extending for more than 10 meters, and instantly caught the slowly descending bird. The bird wailed and flapped its wings a few times, seemingly losing its will to resist. Slowly, it was caught in the ground. Only a few feathers were left, scattered on the metal floor. The snake people were so frightened that they dared not speak, their hearts pounding. "What is that? Replay the footage again." They carefully adjusted the crystal ball. The moment it approached the ground, the pale arm seemed to grow out of thin air. Even if the footage was slowed down 10 times, it was still too fast for everyone to react, not even the captain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, No More Cake, Restore Plastic Friendship Immediately. The captain, Black Viper, fell into deep thought. Even though he had been through many battles and experienced countless strange things, he still felt that this scene was extremely strange. What kind of ability is this? Spatial ability? Some kind of world hunter or some unknown disaster? Send another bird to scout out whether there are any special places in that area, and then tie it with the high explosive bombs bought from humans. Captain, this Haedong bird is very expensive, don't be reluctant. We need more information to find the weaknesses of these monsters. If we can destroy the monster with one bomb, it would be great, Black Viper said calmly. We are a civilization with unique biotechnology. What if it is a world hunter? As long as we use our unique technology, we can still enslave it. This is true. The snake people have successfully enslaved the world hunter brain worm, so they naturally have corresponding confidence. The snake people once again released a scout bird. But this time the scene was a little different. The pale arm did not appear. The scouting bird seemed to have experienced some kind of mental attack. Halfway through its flight, it let out a scream and then fell headfirst to the ground. The next second, the bird fell into the floor and disappeared. The corresponding beastmaster suddenly came to his senses and gasped, "The bird is confirmed dead and the bomb exploded." But it is hard to say whether the thing was injured or not. As they spoke, the snake people seemed to hear a bang from a very far distance. The explosion sounded from nowhere and seemed a bit dull in this quiet environment. Black Viper reacted quickly and his whole body was cold. It's actually a special ability, but the bomb does work. This news is really incredible. The snake people also have special monsters, such as treasure chest monsters. After the treasure chest monsters are killed, all the things inside will explode. And the dark creatures in this world are obviously the same. Before the snake people could discuss too much, all of a sudden, all the birds and beasts around let out terrible wails, wanting to leave the ship like a riot. The light bulbs in the room flickered, and the black fog outside seemed to be conscious and kept pouring in. In the blink of an eye, the light inside disappeared. Black Viper's expression changed, and he immediately realized that his ship was under attack. He shouted, "Retreat! Retreat from this world!" The beastmaster beside him hurriedly urged the giant water snakes in the water. But unexpectedly, in his telepathy, the two giant water snakes pulling the boat had disappeared. "Captain, the two giant snakes have been killed, don't be nervous." Black Viper's face darkened, and he pressed a button on the boat, and the sound of the engine boom sounded. He was glad that he had bought some propeller engines from the humans, otherwise they would have to abandon the ship and escape. The ship ran desperately in the darkness, and the distance that was only a few dozen meters seemed to be a world away. After more than a minute, the ship seemed to have not moved at all. At this time, several teammates were a little anxious. They wanted to abandon the ship and swim directly in the flush. At their speed, they could swim out the short distance of dozens of meters in 5 seconds and leave this damn world. But when they thought of the terrible special ability, they could only delay and do nothing. Snap! The sound of wood tearing came from not far away, and more than a dozen behemoths with the highest combat power roared. In extreme fear, they broke away from the control of the snake man and rushed out of the animal pen. "Don't worry about them, let them jump into the water," Black Viper shouted. These behemoths weighing several tons jumped into the sea one by one, splashing huge water. But something strange happened. In just a blink of an eye, these behemoths disappeared in the thick darkness without making any sound. "Did you see it? It seems that there are hands that grab them into the water." "Don't go out," The lights began to go out one by one, and after being surrounded by thick black fog, they could no longer be lit. The surrounding environment became colder and colder, and the ship wall was like an ice wall, freezing people's pores to shrink. Light up all the lighting tools. Hefei had a horrible premonition in his heart. Perhaps they had encountered a legendary existence rule creature. Within the rules, this monster is almost irresistible, even the extraordinary cannot resist it. Suddenly, in the next moment, he was hit. A shriveled and slender hand grabbed his tail. This slender hand, which was only as thick as a small water pipe, seemed to have been soaked in water for 1,000 years. The palm was eroded to the point that the bones were almost exposed, and it actually transmitted an incomparable and amazing strange power. What was even more incredible was that Hefei had a psychedelic feeling of falling into the void in his mind. His body began to become transparent, and was slowly dragged into the deck by this shriveled hand. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, the strength of his whole body had been drained, and he could no longer break free. He suddenly activated the last trump card hanging on his chest, the source of the world, but since the monster had already caught him, the source of the world had no protective effect. The lights in the cabin went out completely, and screams came one after another. Terror broke out completely on this small boat. There seemed to be more than one regular monster? Because the visibility was so poor, Hubo didn't even know how many team members were still alive. He himself was becoming illusory. He had only one thought in his mind, to pass the message on. He must pass the message on. Otherwise, as many people come as die. After making up his mind, he bit the berserk potion hidden in his mouth, and a hot and boiling breath rushed into his mind. This is the heritage of the snake civilization. The potion made from the remains of Xiangliu can activate the blood vessels of the whole body. After taking the berserk potion, you will not be afraid of pain for a short period of time, ignore any fear, and exert combat capabilities far beyond the normal level. Of course, the final price is to go crazy or die. At this moment, Hubo's volume suddenly expanded a lot, and his body rematerialized. His eyes were red, and he roared. With a last bit of reason, he grabbed the crystal ball on the table and threw it hard to the outside world. He rushed around in the dark space, grabbed several team members, and threw them into the air like little chickens. Go! Go! Then, Black Viper lost his self-consciousness, went completely crazy, and was dragged into the alien space by the pale palm. This terrifying night was a world of surprise and horror for the snake people. 10 snake people, the highest level of national scholar, the lowest level of grandmaster, plus more than 30 rare and exotic animals, disappeared in the world in less than 5 minutes, without even a splash. In the end, only 3 people escaped. The snake people thought about it for a while, and finally decided to reveal this information to humans. After all, being able to explore this information is also a merit. For humans, it was also shocked, and it can even be described as horrifying. The human leaders were somewhat fortunate that they did not rush to send a small team, otherwise it would really be a matter of how many people went in and how many people died. Of course, the crystal ball thrown by Black Viper at the last moment was still found by the snake people. The information inside is very important. Therefore, many think tanks discussed the information many times and put forward various ideas. In the end, they could only send some unmanned detection devices to explore carefully. However, the exploration of robots will be interfered by some idealistic forces, and it is easy to break down. In addition, the surface of this world is indeed bare. The robots tried their best to find some light bulbs, mechanical parts and other things, but there was not much information, and the progress of exploration was not satisfactory. As for the huge cake? What? There is no cake, it is a poison. If it were not for the urgent need of both parties for the information inside, whoever took this declining world would have no objection from the other party. Some rifts between humans and snake people disappeared completely overnight. I have to admit that sometimes politics is so funny. This is also the main reason why Lao Zhang does not want to participate in political struggles. Even if he has practiced for more than 200 years and has a thick skin like a city wall, he can't turn his face today and make peace immediately tomorrow. Are you sure it's a rule monster? We often encounter them in the abyss, and they are not easy to deal with. However, after knowing their rules, we can avoid a lot of risks in the battle. We have roughly analyzed the rules, but these rules are a bit difficult to fight against. Darkness. In a dark environment, the combat effectiveness of those monsters is greatly improved. Even the national masters are no match for them, Could it be that the world community next door was destroyed because of the rule monsters? Zhang Ming took a sip of tea and studied the crystal ball on the table over and over again. This crystal ball is like the black box in an airplane, recording the last battle images of 10 snake people, 7 of whom are missing and 3 escaped. In fact, the combat ability of these snake people is very good, but encountering rule monsters is another matter. Even Zhang Ming himself may not be able to get a good result when encountering such a strange thing. Sitting opposite him are several snake people's archons, each of whom is a national master. There are also several human leaders, including Zhuang Yanlong from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. The entire investigation has lasted for a month, and all kinds of methods have been tried. There is really no way, so he can only turn to this extraordinary person for help. In fact, Zhang Ming had a strong desire to do archaeology. He had not done it for so many years, and his body was a little rusty. He was looking for excitement and couldn't help but be eager to try. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of this new continent, he would have taken a space plane to adventure to the Sea of Demons. Chapter 400, Lao Zhang goes to the battle in person. What's more, the attribute points of regular monsters are many. Zhang Ming has been on Earth for more than 30 years. There are still some food ingredients, but the attribute points provided are constantly decreasing. He really needs to hunt a new batch. Maybe he can learn some special skills? Thinking of this, Zhang Ming sighed and always felt that he had a tendency to split personality. When he was drifting in the Sea of Demons, he longed for an ordinary life, but now he feels that his nerves are getting weaker day by day, and he begins to miss the thrilling and precarious days in the past. Another person who wants to do archaeology more is Lord Shimima. This guy has the ability to trace back history. When he was in the territory of the Blue Crystal people, he made great contributions when he was archaeologically examining the Pillar of the Sky. When he heard that a world that might be about to be destroyed was floating next door, he rolled over happily. Of course, in order to pretend to be a master, Shimima deliberately said nothing, and occasionally said a word in that old and serious voice. A professional pretender, he can't stop. What did you investigate? Shimima asked, pretending to be indifferent. Before we get reliable evidence, we can only guess, a snakeman archon said quickly. The monsters of this rule are most likely afraid of light. The probability of these monsters appearing during the day is much lower than at night. The birds and beasts we control flying in the sun are not a big problem. Once you enter some dark rooms, you will die instantly. Unfortunately, most of the buildings of this civilization are hidden underground. As for robots, they are affected by the local environment and some idealistic abilities and cannot explore inside the room. In other words, electromagnetic waves are difficult to penetrate the thick darkness. Robots will be out of control and then damaged. In addition, they are of many types and their abilities are diverse. The most common one is to reach out a hand and grab the creature into the ground after virtualization. Of course, there are also some sonic attacks, mental attacks, and all kinds of abilities. Zhang Ming frowned and thought for a moment. The activation conditions of the darkness rule are more relaxed than the backstab rule in the abyss. But it doesn't seem that difficult to prevent it. Whether it is King Kong or lightning alienation, these abilities can emit light. Even at this moment, Zhang Ming thought of more things. All kinds of monsters in the abyss have the characteristic of backstab. Theoretically, it is because of the remnants left by 6 blinds, which emits some kind of pollution. And the monsters here are contaminated with a dark characteristic. Is there a deeper reason? Is it the extraordinary remains of a strong man, or something else? Thinking of this, Zhang Ming finally made up his mind. Since the remains of this civilization are so important and related to future safety, I will not stand idly by. You guys prepare a little. Tomorrow morning, I will go to investigate. Others don't go. Shimama and I will do it. Oh, take a few mice and do some simple experiments. Anyway, you can arrange it yourself. The snake man and the human leader were immediately delighted. They didn't expect the other party to agree so quickly. But what they didn't expect was that Zhang Ming had already had the idea of going out for adventure again. His thinking is not limited to the small Earth. In any case, Zhang Ming will leave the human world to explore more unknown mysteries. This is just a small opportunity. The time of the battle was set at 12 o'clock at noon, when the sunlight was the strongest. The human side urgently dispatched a 1,000-ton ship filled with various internal surveillance. They even pulled a long submarine optical cable behind the ship. Since radio waves will be interfered with, wired communication will be fine, right? As long as this optical cable is not broken, the signal will not be cut off. The simplest and crudest way is often the most effective. Zhang Ming is the only official crew member on the ship. If a fight really breaks out, extra passengers will get in the way. Oh, by the way, there are also a few white mice in cages, and their movements are closely monitored by cameras. Each white mouse stays in a different cage, the cage with the strongest light, the cage with medium light, the cage with weak light, and so on. In addition, the world tree is controlled by Lord Shimima, the other is Miss Hulu who has been following. How long have I not fought? I almost forgot what it feels like to fight. Humans are such creatures. Use it or lose it. Maybe I'll be beaten to death by a monster this time. Without outsiders, Zhang Ming returned to his neurotic nature. Old man, it's just right that you can get gold coins when you die, the stinky stone said happily. Miss Hongai is mine, and Miss World Tree is mine too. Only Miss Gord has completed the task with great difficulty. You're going to die. Let the monster eat you, Zhang Ming cursed in his heart and said bluntly, but how come you have time to come out of the Academy of Sciences to stroll around? Why don't you continue to teach students inside? Shimama sneered and transmitted in spirit language, I'm tired and have nothing to teach. The questions raised by those students are getting more and more tricky. I always feel like I'm in prison. Now this stinky stone finally admitted that human systematic learning ability is indeed much stronger than that of the Yanjiao people. If the Yanjiao people want to learn its spiritual language knowledge, they may have to study slowly for hundreds of years, and they will also develop something of a religious nature. But now, in just 30 years, Shinmei's knowledge reserve is almost being emptied by the people on Earth. On the contrary, the old sheephead is doing very well. Originally, the old sheephead's knowledge reserve is much richer than Shimama's. He can easily pick up various small stories and knowledge heritage left by various mythical beasts. The old sheephead loves learning and gradually accepts modern thinking. Since learning can produce new outputs, in the 30-year tug-of-war, Dean Shimama gradually tends to be at a disadvantage. In order to pretend to be a master and not be exposed, it can only slip out temporarily. I just want to do archaeology. Does Yangmama have the ability to trace back history? It doesn't. This matter can only rely on me. Zhang Ming couldn't help wanting to laugh at the open and secret struggles between these two guys for 30 years. Of course, on the surface, he didn't dare to laugh at a word, otherwise the stone would have to go crazy. One person and one stone boasted and farted, and there was a tacit understanding. On the contrary, Hulu was nervous to death, but she didn't know how to fight. So she could only hide by the world tree and listen silently. Soon, the ship carried them into the unknown world. As if penetrating a thin layer of water ripples, a magnificent continent suspended on the water surface came into view. The entire continent seemed to be made of some kind of metal, with a thickness of more than 2,300 meters and a total area of 100,000 square kilometers, which is just about the same size as a Zhejiang province. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as an unsinkable aircraft carrier. In theory, unless a fully automated interstellar-level production system is built, such a huge artificial floating island can be built. Of course, there is another possibility: some kind of supernatural unique technology, combined with the power of the worlds will, perhaps, can also do this. The morning sun was just right, sprinkled on the face warmly, but the moment he entered the world, Zhang Ming had a vague murderous intent in his heart, as if there were waves of cold air hidden in the darkness under the sun. Zhang Ming subconsciously stopped bragging and wanted to activate the eye of time and space and glance at the ground. But just at this moment, a strong sense of palpitations suddenly jumped out from the cerebral cortex, like a basin of ice water, pouring him through. It's been a long time since I fought, and my sixth sense has become a little dull. Zhang Ming sighed deeply, laughed at himself, and glanced at the mice in the cage. All the mice were still alive. There are some terrifying existences that cannot be peeped at with the eye of time and space. Otherwise, you will suffer a serious mental backlash. God knows what is in this continent. It's really dangerous to go directly into the continent to explore. If it doesn't work, seduce a monster first and test the waters first. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming stopped wasting time and walked into the cabin, turned off the power engine, and slowly lowered the lights in the cabin. Only some monitoring devices were still on. A skilled person is bold, and he naturally has quite a lot of ways to save his life. The ship sailed a few hundred meters, and he could easily use the eye of time and space to teleport out of this world, or even teleport under the sun. In addition, Miss Gord has been following him, and when necessary, he will hide in the gourd. However, The gourd is not aggressive and floats slowly. The only trick is to use the power of the contract to teleport to his side, but it cannot teleport to other places. Therefore, Zhang Ming will not do this unless it is absolutely necessary. In addition, Shinma and the World Tree also have certain defensive capabilities and will give him some help. After closing his eyes and resting for 2 minutes in the dark, the headset suddenly rang. It was a call from the staff behind, Mr. Zhang. There are signs of electromagnetic wave disorder in the surrounding area, which is very obvious in the monitoring. Oh, I will be careful, thank you. The airflow kept swirling around him, exuding a chill. Zhang Ming suddenly stood up and saw a crack on the window. A stream of black air was coming out of the ground, and in an instant, it completely blocked the light that penetrated through the crack in the door. The little white mouse screamed a few times and immediately closed its mouth. The surroundings were a little scary, and the only sound that could be heard was his own breathing. Zhang Ming opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding monitoring equipment. After confirming that there was no problem, he was relieved and said in the headset, "A monster has come in, there may be more than one. Do the guinea pig experiment yourself. Adjust the parameters such as lighting by yourself. You can't let me adjust them, right? I'll turn off the headset first. Don't disturb me when I'm fighting." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.